Wow, the quiet of anticipation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is 9 o'clock in Tuolumne County. This is the December 20th meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, and the meeting will come to order. And please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest country, nation on earth. Okay, we do have one previously announced or previously decided change to the agenda. Anybody that is waiting on agenda item number 27, which is consideration of approving a contract amendment with California Forensic Medical Group, that has been pulled and will not be considered today. And that brings us to our period of oral communications. During this period, the public may speak on any item that is not on the printed agenda. We will have a period with each agenda item where you can speak on specific agenda items. No action may be taken by the board at this time. So how many people do we anticipate for public speaking? 1, 2. Shelley, I'm going to ask you to go last. Okay, so come on up, Duke.
Good morning, and I'm here to speak not as a county employee, but as the chairman of the Children's Holiday Party Committee. Last Saturday, December 10th, we held our 33rd annual Children's Holiday Party. It was held at the fairgrounds, and we were able to have 650 needy children from throughout Tuolumne County were invited, and there was a tremendous amount of county support for this event, as there has always been. The setup and teardown was accomplished with help from the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Department and the jail crew. We had the bookmobile there, and they gave away 565 books. The DA's office assisted, and they did the cookie decorating booth, which is always a big hit. The committee raises the money to throw the party. We raised over $9,600 this year. The cosmetology school is there. They did 36 haircuts and 110 manicures. The several service clubs throughout the county. We had the Clampers, 3 Rotary clubs, the Kiwanis, and the Interact Club. They did face painting. The Sonora Area Foundation provides for snow cones and sodas and hot dogs, and then the Watch program is there and does the cotton candy booth. Bikes for Tykes brought in 80 new bikes and 60 used bikes and gave away 140 bikes with helmets. And the Ladies of the Moose sponsored the food, and we feed them lunch while they're there. And no party is complete without a Santa Claus, and we had Santa there and served up many children and fun for all. We also had a dentist there because all that candy given away, you gotta have dentists and toothbrushes and toothpaste giveaway, and that was all great. We also had entertaining. We had the choir group from Somerville High School, and it was a great success. And one of the more interesting facts is that there were very few the younger children. We're seeing a real shift in the demographics at the school system. So, and I'm sure you've heard that from your other reports. So anyhow, just want to thank you and thank all the participants and volunteers that were involved in making it a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke.
Thanks, Duke. Do we have any other public comment before Ms. Hance? Come on up, Shelley.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name's Shelley Hance, and I'm the retiring executive director for the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, ATCA. And it is great pleasure for me to introduce to you our new Executive Director, Rajiv Rambab. He comes to us with skills that will take ATCA to do new and great places. He has been the executive director of a number of agencies, including education, housing, on homeless services, emergency services, multiple agency leadership, and he has been working with us for orientation for some months, and for a couple of months now, and it is really a great pleasure that I have the opportunity to introduce him. I really want to thank our board members, Supervisor Rutherford and Supervisor Hanvelt, for their good decision-making with this action, and especially Supervisor Rutherford for the many, many hours that he spent going through lots of applications and numerous interviews to select just the perfect candidate for this. And so I actually want to say, as I leave as executive director, that it has really been a pleasure to serve the community and serve with the wonderful staff and board that we have, and to say that in 1981, this Board of Supervisors joined with Amador County to address poverty and make our community the best place in helping people and lifting them up. And you all, the supervisors under Supervisor Mildred Filiberti actually said, we hope that you can take this agency and make it into an umbrella agency, and that is what it has become. And it's the action of this board and its wisdom that has really brought ATCA's services to the community, and so I thank you.
Sure. Hey, Raj, come on up. We can't force you to speak, but you got to at least come up and get on the camera. And I just want you to know that now that Shelley's let the cat out of the bag, my reputation's on the line with your performance, so my expectations are really high. But no, with all seriousness, welcome aboard, and the mic's yours.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here this morning. It's an honor to have learned from Shelley over the past few months, and I look forward to a long relationship with her as a mentor. And as a newer person to Tuolumne County, you already know this, but you have a remarkable place to call home. And I am deeply honored and humbled to get to work here and serve the residents of this county and hopefully do you right, Carl.
Okay. It's not me, it's the county. So,
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like the board to consider a non-agenda item, Shelley, stay put, to approve a certificate of recognition for Shelley Hance upon her retirement from ATCA. This matter rose subject to the posting of the agenda due to the incompetence of your CAO. It took Shelley reminding me she was going to be here today and why for me to wake up. And it is sufficient urgency because she's retiring.
Okay. Do I have board consensus?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then I'll ask for public comment on the certificate that we're going to present, and then we'll take a vote, and then I'll read it and present it.
To the agenda first.
Yeah, we're going to. I'm sorry. We had consensus to add it to the agenda. Okay. Any public comment? Okay. Bring it back to the board. For what do you need?
14A.
We're going to take it now.
We're going to take it now. Yeah. Okay. I need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move in favor of the resolution.
And I'll second it since I'm the other board member to ATCA. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. So the certificate says, in honor of Shelley Hance for 35 years of unwavering dedication and support to the residents of Tuolumne County, her leadership and collaboration inspired and promoted much-needed programs such as the Food Bank, Friday Night Live, Central Sierra Connect, Yes Partnership, Housing Resources, Energy Waterization, and most recently the Drought Emergency Water Program. These programs have served thousands of families in need. The Board of Supervisors offers its sincere appreciation and best wishes upon her retirement And truly, this isn't on the certificate, but Shelley is responsible almost, well, not single-handedly. She has a wonderful staff too, but under her leadership, ATCA grew from something very, very small to something very wonderful, serving not just Amador and Tuolumne County. We have some operations that informal, but they're in Calaveras County as well. So a lot of very, very good work by a lot of very, very good people under the leadership of Shelley Hance. Shelley, we'll miss you. Thank you for all that you've done for all of our counties, foothill counties, and best wishes and Godspeed in your retirement.
Before you get to talk, I'd like to say...
Before you go, I'm going to recognize Supervisor Hanvelt, also on the board at ATCA.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to think about Tuolumne County without ATCA. Food bank, housing, this crisis we're in with water and wells. This lady has led that effort for a number of years. I just can't imagine what Tuolumne County would be without ATCA. And we all owe ATCA thanks, but we really owe Shelley thanks for being the leader and driving those conclusions. Early Head Start and Head Start, those programs all operate under ATCA. I mean, this is an amazing program. It has broad tentacles, and it does nothing but make Tuolumne County better. Thank you, Shelley. We really appreciate your efforts. You are going to be missed, even if you're going to hang around and mentor or torment Raj for a while. We're going to miss you. Thank you much for your dedicated public service.
Not yet. This is a total sneak attack. Supervisor Brennan.
Just a quick word, because Shelley, you mentioned Mildred Filiberti, a very, very smart lady, and the term umbrella agency. And when they chose you, they didn't just choose somebody with leadership, they chose somebody with vision. And vision is what took ATCA forward and then having the leadership ability to get your staff to follow and implement that vision. And so on behalf of Tuolumne County, I just want to thank you for all of the hard work that you've done over the years. And yes, I'm happy that you will still be in the county. Thank you.
Equal time. John?
As Shelley, ATCA was one of the first committees I sat on 8 years ago. And from the day I went in there, you impressed me with your sincere desire to do good for everybody. So thank you.
Evan?
Yeah, I think it's been said. I'd just like to personally thank you for your service to our county over the years.
Okay, now you can speak, Shelley.
Well, I just want to say that as I look around, each of you have been to some number of board meetings, and your dedication is incredible. I attend a lot of statewide meetings, and when we talk about the collaboration and the care and volunteerism and the giving and donations that happen in this county, it's astounding. And people don't understand how we get things done that we do. We, our whole community, our Board of Supervisors, our county staff, our county council, everyone, the CAO's office, everyone works together. With you all should be commended as well for where ATCA has come, because it takes all of us, and this county is amazing, and Raj is correct, and it is just a pleasure to work here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And even with all that, we still got through public comment in 15 minutes. Will the clerk of the board please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held December 6, 2016, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3303 was published, approving the setting of a special Board of Supervisors meeting on January 5, 2017 at 11 a.m. for a dedication ceremony at the new Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility located at 12784 Justice Center Drive in Sonora, California. Accepting the certification of the results of the statewide presidential general election held on November 8, 2016. adopting a resolution to approve the summary vacation of a public utility easement within parcel 258A of PM 46-93 in Pine Mountain Lake Unit 12, located at 20906 Hemlock Street. Adopting a resolution approving the final map for the lot line adjustment of properties located on Lake Tulloch. Approving correspondence of appreciation for Richard Foster for his service in the 2016 as the president of the California State Association of Counties. Approving the plan specifications and bid book for contract number 1706, retrofit a regulatory and warning sign project, and issuing a call for bid due on Thursday, January 19th, 2017 at 2 p.m. Approving the amendment to Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board bylaws, approving the amendment to Tuolumne County Commission on Aging bylaws, approving the appointment of Kelly Thomas as the child care provider representative to the Tuolumne County Local Child Care and Planning Council, approving the reappointment of Jeanette Simmons to the Historic Preservation Review Commission, and accepting resignations from Michael Houghton and Mike Lemke from the Tuolumne County Commission on Aging and Shelley Davis King from the Historic Preservation Review Commission, and directing the clerk to send letters of appreciation and post notices of vacancy.
Okay, do I have any polls?
I'd like to pull item 7, please.
Okay, we will pull item 7 and consider that separately. Is there any public comment on items 1 through 6 or 8 through 14? Seeing none, I will bring that back to the board. Can I have a
Mr.
motion?
Chairman, I move we approve the consent calendar.
Okay, we've got a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Royce on the consent calendar 1 through 6 and 8 through 14. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Will you please reread item number 7?
Consideration of approving correspondence of appreciation to Richard Foster for his service in the 2016 as the president of California State Association of Counties.
Okay, any public comment on item number 7? Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Brennan?
Thank you. I just wanted to publicly thank Supervisor Forrester from Amador County. When we see these positions where you're leading an association like the California State Association of Counties, and you're representing urban, suburban, and rural, it is a tremendous commitment in time and energy. And again, Supervisor Forrester did more, I think, to have rural counties recognized at the state level. And we saw an advancement in rural county representation in a number of state committees with his tenure on the executive board. And just thought it was worthy of a public thank you. And I sincerely appreciate all the efforts that he did on behalf of rural counties.
Supervisor Hanbelt?
Yeah, I'd like to echo some of the comments she made. Rich Forster, as the rural representative to the leadership team, he changed the game there for rural counties, and he really became a leader for rural counties. And I believe that his service was a real service, not just Tuolumne County and Amador County, but to all the rural counties in a big way. So I want to add my congratulations to him for his job well done, and thank him for it.
Yeah, and I'll just make a comment. For those of you that haven't seen the CSAC video on tree mortality, there were 3 supervisors on that video. Kevin Can from Mariposa County, Randy Hanbelt from our county, and Richard Forster from Amador County. And we need more leadership like Richard's in key positions on state associations to really push for the foothill issues that we all have in common, and Richard did an exceptional job on that. And with that, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion.
I move approval of item 7.
I've got a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Hanbelt. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Okay. Move on to item number 15, please.
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Kathleen Cano upon her retirement after 25 years of videographer services to the county of Tuolumne.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this? I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Supervisor, I'll start on the right. Supervisor Hanvelt.
You know, you have the unsung hero over here who hides behind the camera and just does this forever. We kind of take her for granted and don't say thank you. I can't believe that we're allowing you to do this. But she's always here, doing her job behind the scenes, and I can't say thank you enough. You have made communication and transparency in government a reality because of what you do, and we want to say thank you in just the biggest way we can. That's not enough.
Supervisor Gray.
Kathleen. Kathleen has a lot of history other than just being behind the camera. She worked for us at Pine Mountain Lake for a number of years, managing our pool. Always done a wonderful job. What I want to do is apologize for not pushing the mic button enough, making your job more difficult. But I can't imagine what you've heard and seen in the last 25 years in this boardroom. Now, you talk about experience. You have it. Maybe you might consider running for this board and use all of that experience. But really, thank you for your service. Thank you. Absolutely, we had no deaths.
Could you step up to the mic? Could you step up to the mic, please? No, I'm just kidding. Evan.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you, not only for your service to the county and for all the work that you've done, but you've been a friend to me, and you're one of the sweetest people that I've ever met. Since I've been here, I was a young guy. She's looked out for me in little ways, and I will miss you.
Supervisor Brennan.
I think sweet just captures it, and your ability, even for new supervisors, when they'd forget to turn on their mics, to give us the gentle reminders. And I'm going to miss you, Kathleen, and I wish you all the best in your retirement.
Just in case I forgot, is there any public comment? Okay. Go ahead.
Kathleen, she shared with me that she has never seen a meeting on TV that she's videotaped. And I thought that was pretty amazing that she hasn't seen her own work. So I just want to thank you, Kathleen, again, for being a really good friend and, teaching me the ropes as well when I first started, and just having that friendship and relationship that we've had over the years. And you're just an amazing lady, and congratulations on retiring. I mean, you're going to be amazing at that, too. Thanks.
Okay. Any other public comment? Bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move in favor of the certificate of recognition.
Okay. I've got a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Kathleen, now if you could come down and make sure that the camera's pointed at the podium. While she's en route, I'll start talking. A lot has already been said, and I'm not going to repeat it. She's really an integral part to open government in Tuolumne County and has been for 25 years. When you think about it, my predecessor, Dick Pland, served 16 years on this board. I've served almost 4. And Dick was 5 years away from getting sworn in but when she started this. So that's pretty incredible. The certificate reads, over 25 years of dedicated service to Tuolumne County as the Board of Supervisors meeting videographer, and congratulating her upon her retirement. And I'm not saying she did, but if she can make me look good on film, she's really special. Anyway, Kathleen, thank you for everything. And one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is not only does she do our meetings, but she also serves on the Cable 8 Public Access Board of Directors. And she's been doing that for quite some time. I'm not sure how many years. 25 years. So anyway, it's wonderful to see you have an opportunity to go into retirement. We wish you the very best. We are going to miss you greatly, and but congratulations on your retirement.
And you look good on or off. Thank you, and thank you for this. And I have a few words I've been saving up for 25 years. I know which way to face now, and actually, Alicia, I have seen my work via DVD, but broadcast not so much because we don't get it where I live, but I did take a peek at it from time to time. Good morning, supervisors and staff in Tuolumne County. Little did I know 25 years ago that I would hang in here until my 80s. For the first few years, I continued to work for Columbia College, then was offered a contract by Mickey D. Bernardi, for whom I had worked in the recreational department at Pine Mountain Lake for 7 years. This involved hanging around the pool, and I was often asked, do you actually get paid for this? We have seen many changes throughout this period, everything from the Jamestown mine, the hospital, and the water issues, to name a few. I can see how hard it is to stand up here and reduce so many thoughts to a mere few. But the evolution of the board has been so dramatic, and I am grateful to see that it is in the best hands ever. A few years ago, one of the supervisors mentioned an exercise that equated an individual with one synonym, and I will attempt to do that. However, I found it nearly impossible. But I wanted to leave a Valentine for each of you, so to Craig Pedro, CEO, Administrator, incorrupt leadership, which filters down through the entire staff and county. Supervisor Hanvelt, participator and art patron. Sherry Brennan, community standard, a wealth of knowledge in the critical ag category. Carl Rodefer, erudite, how do you pronounce that word? You know. Structuralism. Evan Royce, eclectic systems intrinsic, you know what that means, I don't. Honest John Gray, succinct fairness. And I could go on all day, I won't. I've loved working with the legal staff, Alicia, Kathleen Half, Bev Shane, Daniel Richardson. I appreciate all of you and your help. I have enlarged on my observations in your Christmas card and just want you to know I've enjoyed working with you, and because it has been an extraordinary experience. I'm leaving for Canada, my motherland, for the holidays, and am secure that this dynamic is in good hands. But I'll be back and will continue to watch because that's what I do. Right now I'm out of time and tape. Happy Holy Days.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 16, please, Clerk.
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Shelley Davis King for her years of service as a member of the Historic Preservation Review Commission.
Staff report.
Adam Peskowski, Supervising Senior Planner for the CRA. Today we want to thank Shelley Davis King for her many years of service as a member of the Tuolumne County Historic Preservation Review Commission. Since her appointment on April 1st, 1997, Commissioner Davis King has devoted countless hours to attending meetings of the HPRC and has served as the chair of the HPRC for a number of years and served as ambassador of the county in all areas of historic preservation, providing project applicants with their unique perspectives and advice. She also contributed tremendously to the betterment of the county through the thoughtful and thorough deliberation she gave to each of the projects, policies considered by the commission, and through all the deliberation she has gave to each project. In addition to being a member of the HPRC, Shelley Davis King actively participated in the preservation of Tuolumne County's cultural resources through her involvement in many realms of historic preservation, providing training for county staff, providing expertise on legislation and grant applications, and assisting with and providing presentations at the county's annual cultural resource workshop, Keep in Time. Having authored countless archaeological and historical surveys of Tuolumne County's cultural resources, Shelley Davis King generously shared her extraordinary talents and knowledge with her fellow commissioners and with the public. We, the Board of Supervisors, the other HPRC staff, as well as the Community Resources Agency, express our sincere appreciation for the many years of service, commitment, and dedication that Shelley Davis King has given to the County of Tuolumne.
Okay, thank you. Can I have any public comment? Come on up.
Hello, I'm Terry Brela, current chair of the HPRC, and I didn't prepare any real remarks, so I just wanted to say that Shelley has been a friend, a mentor, and a colleague for over 30 years. She is unsurpassed in her expertise in heritage resources, in tribal relations, in cultural resource management, and she's well known across the state and across the country, and we have been extremely lucky to have her representing us. And I don't know how I'm going to manage without being able to look over and read her face. So, thank you, Shelley.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Handbelt.
Mr. Chairman, dedicated service is one of the things that I look at in this county, and I'm just kind of overwhelmed with. We have some really amazing people, and can't say enough about these people, and Shelley in particular. You know, you and the HPRC help make this community the good place it is to live. I want to say thank you, and I'd like to move in favor of the resolution.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I just don't believe that we can overstate the importance of the volunteers in Tuolumne County and the numerous commissions and boards that we have. And your service for 19 years is deeply appreciated, and the wealth of knowledge that you brought to the committee. And I'd like to second the motion.
Okay. Supervisor Gray.
Yes, Shelley. I think the first time I met you was at one of the special June events that we had. I think it was at Columbia. And I can't really remember the subject, but when you were done, I knew a heck of a lot more about it than when it started. But in all seriousness, having someone with your caliber of expertise on a committee for the county has been absolutely important. And I hope you're not going too far away and still kind of keep an eye on what's happening in the historical resources of Tuolumne County. So thank you.
Supervisor Royce.
All good words. Our heritage is really important to us in Tuolumne County, and I really appreciate you being a steward of that and helping preserve all the rich history in this county. So thank you.
Okay. I've got a motion on the floor. It's been moved by Supervisor Handbelt and seconded by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. So, Shelley, again, thank you so much. Our county is really blessed, but also runs on the efforts of volunteers. And you've been a wonderful volunteer with an incredible amount of very specific knowledge, skills, and we really appreciate it. Our heritage, as Supervisor Royce said, is so very important to us, both our historical, cultural, all of those resources. And you've done a wonderful job for this county, and we are going to miss you, as I'm sure everyone on the HPRC is going to miss you. But again, I'll echo, I believe it was Supervisor Gray that said it. I hope you don't go too far, and we can still pick your brain every now and then when we need to. And again, thank you so much for your service.
Thank you very much.
I did, by the way, I didn't read the citation because it was basically what the staff reported.
Mr. Chairman, supervisors, folks of the county, I can't tell you how honored I am to have received this. When I first started working in cultural resources management in Tuolumne County, it was 1981-02. I was working with Mr. Newsom and then with John Mills and then with Bev Shane during all of those years to make sure that Tuolumne County was the best model in the state of California for how to work with historic preservation and preserve our communities while allowing projects to go forward. And to this day, Tuolumne County in Sacramento is almost a mythological being because we've been able to create something that is very special and very unusual. We were the first county to become a certified local government, and we have continued to maintain all of our active participation in historic preservation. And I am not going very far. I'm taking a brief hiatus to kind of figure out what I'm going to do next. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. It's been my privilege.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got 3 recognitions under item 18. I would like to take them individually, please. So if you would please read item 18 with respect to George Ruckman.
Do you want to talk about 17?
We're deferring 17 until after 18. So, Sheriff, you wanted to say something? Public comment.
Thank you, sir. Could we start with...
You can start with whoever you want.
I'm going
All
to
right.
read it.
You're the sheriff.
That's why you're the clerk.
Okay, read the whole thing then.
I'm going to read the whole thing, and then you can take them individually.
Okay.
So, consideration of approving certificates of recognition for Lieutenant George Ruckman, Deputy Rob Lyons, and K-9 Deputy Justice upon their retirements.
Okay, Sheriff.
Okay.
I guess it's staff report, actually.
All right, thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the best-looking one. We're going to start with K-9 Justice.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So...
He's got the best bite.
He does. So if... See? See? If he could drive, I wouldn't need deputies. Come on. See? He agrees with me. Okay. All right, so let's bring up, let's have Deputy Wirtz and Justice come up here, if they don't mind. Probably didn't even know that he was back there. He was quiet as a church mouse. I mean, he's so good. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. And I'm not talking about Tim. I'm talking about Justice. Oh, okay. Well, this is Deputy K-9 Justice with his wonderful handler, Deputy Wirtz. So this Board of Supervisors recognizes K-9 Deputy Justice for his service to the citizens of Tuolumne County. K-9 Justice began his law enforcement career with us in 2008. Justice immigrated originally from the Netherlands. He was happy to live somewhere warmer and to work his true calling in law enforcement. Justice is dual trained in patrol detection. He spends most of his time in a patrol car with his partner, Deputy Wirtz, keeping the county safe and clean by looking out for drugs and bad guys. Justice has had many arrests under his collar. In his downtime on the job, he loves to visit children at schools and with anyone who will pet him or give him a treat. Justice is a great ambassador for the Sheriff's Office, bringing old and young alike together to pet him. K-9 Justice has been a big part of the Sheriff's Office in his 8 years. He is a fantastic deputy who we are sorry to see retire, but excited that he will get to live out his many dog years in retirement in good health and in good hands. We wish him the very best in his retirement from a long and outstanding career. Now, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office in extending its heartfelt thanks and appreciation to K-9 Deputy Justice for his 8 years of dedicated service to the residents of Tuolumne County on the occasion of his retirement on December 31st, 2016, and wishes him good fortunes in all of his future endeavors. So with that, Supervisor, I would just like to make a comment, if I may.
Sure.
Several years ago, we did have a K-9 program with Deputy Begolia, who retired as a sergeant, and also Deputy DeMartini, who also retired as a sergeant. And there was kind of a void there of the K-9 program. This dog, with his handler, Tim Wirtz, have done an outstanding job. This is when you think of the K-9 program, you think of justice. This was a very difficult decision. I got a letter from our handler, and we want to make sure that this dog, because everybody loves this dog. When we were at Shop with the Cop, he's a rock star, and people just loved him, and we want to make sure that he has the ability to enjoy his retirement. So I really want to say how grateful I am to Justice, but also to Tim and all of the K-9 handlers. This takes a special calling, so without them, this program wouldn't be as successful as it is. So that's all I had to say, so thank you.
Okay. Public comment on this? Supervisor Handbelt? Art?
I think Justice wants to make a public comment. That's okay. He earned the right to say that. I want to, just acknowledge Justice. These dogs do amazing things. I know that. And they exceptional training, and they protect our officers, too. And that's a big deal to me. Protecting our officers and extending their capabilities is just a big deal. Mr. Chairman, I think we've got to officially approve that resolution.
Yes, you do.
So I'd like to move in favor of that.
Okay.
I'll second.
We got a motion by Supervisor Handbelt, second by Supervisor, let's see, who am I going to give it to? Royce. Okay. There were two near simultaneous seconds. Supervisor Brennan.
I just want to share real quickly. When I was first running for office, I went on a ride-along, and Justice was in the back of the vehicle. And the deputy got a call, and we went down to an establishment that will remain nameless south of Jamestown on Highway 108. And the deputy went in to do his duty, and he said, "Don't worry, Justice is with you." And an individual that had had way too many toddies by probably 3 o'clock in the afternoon was staggering through the parking lot. And he probably got within 20 feet of the vehicle, and the vehicle literally started rocking with Justice in the back. And I had such extreme confidence. But I think what was most amazing after that experience, 2 weeks later, I was at Sonora Elementary School, and Justice was there with the kids. And to witness the different scenarios that these dogs could be in with their handlers and the work that they do on behalf of the Sheriff's Department was just amazing. And so the K-9 program has tremendous support from this board, and I will miss Justice.
No. Okay. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? I won't be able to go home tonight if I don't say something. So both my wife and I can remember when Justice was a puppy and just entering into service with the Sheriff's Office. And it got her so excited that she's been running fundraisers for the dog program, the K-9 program in our Sheriff's Department ever since. And it is truly special. I get to go to all of them. Get to isn't the right answer, isn't the right word. She pretty much demands my presence, but I would go anyway. The shows that these dogs can put on are just incredible. We've all seen, all the people that are on the county staff have seen them several times at our county picnic and other events. And it's just it's an incredibly important program. It's a force multiplier for our sheriff's department. And we're here to honor Justice, but we're also here to honor his handler, Tim, because it's a team. It's not just the dog, obviously, just like it's not just the deputy, it's a team. And so, Tim, also thank you for your service as the dog handler for Justice. And I know Justice probably, I'm not sure if he really wants to retire or not, but he is. It's necessary, and we're going to miss him. And the sheriff assures me that we're going to get another dog to replace him. So, Justice, good luck in retirement, and don't bite me. Tim, thank you very much. Okay, Sheriff, since this is your agenda item, who are we doing next?
Well, we're going to bring up Deputy Rob Lyons, if he would please join me here. He told me today that he's a little bit, if you watch Saturday Night Live, I'll use this word, he's a little bit verklempt.
Verklempt?
Yes.
Ein guter Deutscher, not
that means he's a little bit, he can't talk, right?
We'll give it a shot.
Okay, we'll give it a shot. All right. So, the Board of Supervisors recognizes Deputy Rob Lyons for his service to the citizens of Tuolumne County. Deputy Lyons began his law enforcement career in 1990. Rob started with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office as a Deputy Sheriff Reserve. Deputy Lyons worked part-time as a Reserve's deputy for many years while also working in the EMS field full-time. Rob's public service career spans his lifetime, starting with 20 years with EMS, and in 1998, the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office was lucky enough to hire him full-time as a deputy sheriff. In 1999, Rob became the school and community resource officer for Groveland, Tenaya Elementary, and Tioga High School. He has always had a great connection with children. He even taught the ROP program at Somerville High School. In law enforcement, as well as coaching many local teams. In 2003, Rob was promoted to corporal. In 2004, he became the civil coroner deputy. And in 2010, he became the SAR coordinator while being the CSU coordinator. Most recently, Deputy Lyons was the crime prevention deputy. Rob has worn many hats while working with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, and we are proud of the work that he has done. In any assigned job, even as far as night and weekend searches with the SAR team, Rob puts his whole heart and mind into his job. He is kind, compassionate, passionate about his work. Rob has been an integral part of the Sheriff's Office. His 26-year tenure is a testament to his passion for his job, a job that he did well. We are sorry to see Deputy Lyons go, but wish him the very best in his retirement for a long and outstanding career. Now, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office in extending its heartfelt thanks and appreciation to Rob Lyons for his 26 years of dedicated service to the residents of Tuolumne County on this occasion of his retirement on December 25th, 2016, and wishes him good fortune in all of his future endeavors.
Okay, I do have a specific request for public comment. Mr. Larry Asquith. And then I'll take any other public comment before I bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman and board members, I'm Larry Asquith. I'm the Assistant Executive Director of the Community Service Unit with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Department. And Rob Lyons has been our liaison for a number of years, and I do have a presentation to give to him. I have a plaque for you, Rob, and I'd like to read it if I may.
Sure.
It says, in appreciation of service 2015 to 2016, Tuolumne County Sheriff's Community Service Unit is proud to honor Rob Lyons as a recipient of the Award for Merit of Excellence for outstanding performance as official CSU Sheriff Liaison and for your dedication and support. Thank you for a job well done. It's signed by Dave Clevenger, our Executive Director, and myself.
Thank you.
Rob, thank you so much. We're going to miss you.
Any other public comment?
I'll come back as the public if I may. So I will.
Not yet.
Yes, sir.
You may be the sheriff. This is
Your show.
I got it. I'll get arrested later, but
Board and audience, Mark Banks, Tuolumne County resident, and also the Support Division Field Training Officer for Tuolumne County Search and Rescue. And I can stand here today and say that we are very sad to see Rob go. He was such an integral part of SAR, and without his involvement and his direction and leadership, SAR wouldn't be where it is today. He does a lot for the Office of Emergency Services and their direction and control course, and a lot of us have attended that course, and Rob has been a part of that also. So we were able to present him with an award at the 40th anniversary earlier this year at Kennedy Meadows, and we're going to miss him. So thank you.
thank you, Mark. Okay, before I turn the sheriff loose as a member of the public, any other public comment? Go for it, Sheriff.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. But on a serious note, Rob is all of those things that I said, but on a personal note, he's a friend. He's a true friend. And this is a bittersweet day. Both of these gentlemen, well, you know, even Justice, all three deputies, I've known them for a long, long time. And Rob is a personal friend. He will be sorely missed. As I wrote in here, or how it was written in here, is that at any time you can ask for him, and he will be there. The lives that he saved with his team, you go see their families, and it's not, you know, a thank you. It's a deep embrace of thanks. And the families that may have lost their loved ones, it's the same. It's a hug of thank you for bringing back our loved ones. You can't put and you cannot measure those types of things that these men do. And so I'm grateful personally for what Rob has done. And so thank you, Rob. Thank you to his lovely wife, Lori, for putting up for all those years. So
Okay.
she needs to be recognized also. So Rob.
Okay. Supervisor Gray?
Rob, I kind of got to know you really probably within the last year or so, and it was remembering that you were actually in Groveland so many years ago as the resource officer, and I felt so confident that you knew where Groveland was, and I thought that was really important, and I really want to thank you for your service and spending some time up on the hills. Thank you.
Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, just be brief. Thank you so much for all of your service. You've done a remarkable job serving our county. And I just say that in my business, I got certain guys on my crews that just make everybody happy when you're around them. They make you smile. You're one of those guys, and you will be missed. Hopefully we'll see you around. I'm sure we will. And congratulations. Thank you.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, so, Rob, you know, there are a lot of very difficult jobs within the Sheriff's Department, but I think you wore a couple of those hats remarkably well, and that, you know, when you were dealing with both in your coroner's role and with search and rescue, I witnessed the compassion that you dealt with in some very difficult situations. And then you had the ability, you had that compassionate side, but then you also had the leadership piece. And you took some of our largest volunteer units and provided leadership and moved those forward. We heard that with search and rescue, and you did just a tremendous job. And nobody has mentioned your wit and sense of humor. And I would encourage those in the audience to visit with some of the SAR members if you want to hear some really good stories about Deputy Lyons' tremendous wit and sense of humor. I'll miss you, Rob.
Thanks.
Just about everything's been said, but Rob, I can't believe this day is really here. You aren't supposed to retire. You've given a lot to the community, and as a supervisor, I want to say my special thanks, because since I took office, you've always been there. You always had a kind word, an encouraging word. I've run into you in strange places. Bear Valley, I was up there for a meeting, and who do I see? I see Rob up there coordinating the Tuolumne County SAR team up there because they're helping Alpine County with a rescue, search and rescue. And I see him everywhere. He's just omnipresent almost. And he's always got a smile, always dedicated, always moving forward, and he is always encouraging. I thank you for being who you are and being a friend, and for an unbelievable term of service here at the county. You will be missed. I know someone will have to take your place, but you will be missed by all your friends, and I hope you're not going very far. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I need a motion.
I'll move in favor of the resolution.
Okay.
Second.
I've got a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. The advantage of being the board chair is you can tell the sheriff he has to wait. The disadvantage is by the time it gets to you, everybody's said everything. But I will echo all of that, and I want to congratulate you on your retirement. I also want to congratulate your wife on her retirement as well. What we very often forget, ladies and gentlemen, and I was in a career field very much like law enforcement, and that is that we left our spouses every day, and they never really were sure if we were going to come home that day. So this truly is not just your retirement, but it's her retirement as well, and I just want to thank her for everything that she has done to support you and, let's be honest, make you the guy that you are today. But seriously, wonderful job in some of the toughest regimes that the sheriff's office deals with, and your compassion and your passion. The sheriff said it, but they're memorable, and congratulations. And you're getting out before too much of your hair is gray, so that's good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Academy. Sorry, wrong speech.
Is that the Law Enforcement Academy?
Well, retirement, I didn't really see this happening. Then I realized I was 5 years past where most cops retire. I see Dick Nutting back there. This is your fault. Sheriff Cohen hired me as a reserve. I've changed a lot in the last many years. There was a time with Lieutenant Ruckman, who, as a reserve, really encouraged me and made me run up Moccasin Peak. Hey, I don't think I want to walk down it now, so let alone be the first one up it. Times have changed, too. It used to be a lot of community repolicing, where we'd solve juvenile problems and things that would irritate folks in the community that weren't really, maybe didn't rise to the level of a criminal act. And today it's conversations about crime prevention and keeping people from becoming victims, because that's easier than making them whole afterwards. And for a lot of the kids that are working today, it used to be we'd put people in jail for misdemeanors and they'd stay there. Now, not so much. It's been an amazing career, 35 years under a light bar of one kind or another. Seen a lot of bad stuff. But I've seen a lot of strength and hope and compassion from people. But the way we get through it is with a sense of humor. I remember the first time I heard a guy who had drugs in his pocket claim they weren't his pants. I get used to getting lied to. It's like, what are you thinking? I also remember driving out of the valley, Yosemite Valley, one day in the snowstorm and seeing this swerve, cars going uphill sideways and all these footprints behind it. And I think, oh, I'm going to get around the corner. I'm going to be helping them or they're going to be in my way. Turn after turn after turn, I still see this car's tracks and all these footprints. I get around the corner, there's a minivan with a bunch of Asians pushing it uphill. And only one guy really spoke English. I mean, they all came running up to the car when I got there. The one guy says, only one more turn to Chinatown. He was trying to get back to the city. So, had to turn them around because there wasn't one more turn. My point is we have to find humor, and people like Zelinsky, Evans, AJ, Crow, Danny Crow could go a whole shift without telling the same joke until the next day. Then he wouldn't remember that he'd already told you the jokes. I'd like to thank Sheriffs Rogers and Mealy for giving me great assignments. It's pretty unprecedented to be a coroner and SAR for 10 years, unless you're Scruggs. It's been a privilege to work with the volunteers, in particular, CSU, and SAR folks, these dedicated people. They work for free. They do stuff that we don't want to do to get paid. The SAR team has, this year, ran twice as many calls as last year, and only one case out of 75 did they not find them. And I don't think any volunteers except one got hurt. So that's pretty good. I've missed a lot of holidays and family events, being on call with SAR and coroner, and to think I gave up fire service so I'd have a day off. To my family, thank you for your support, patience, and love. And finding my cell phone when I was on call and couldn't find it. To my sweet bride for tolerating the middle of the night phone calls. I thank God for the wisdom, guidance, and protection. It's been said that if you enjoy your job, you never go to work. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
So he said, that's verklempt. Thank you. Okay, so Lieutenant Ruckman, if he can make his way up here, please. This Board of Supervisors recognizes Lieutenant George H. Ruckman for his service to the citizens of Tuolumne County. Lieutenant Ruckman began his law enforcement career in 1986. Maybe a couple of deputies that weren't even born back then, that may be in the back there. George started with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff. Actually, my mistake here. Back then we were called, was it Deputy Sheriff 1s, right? Yes, Deputy Sheriff 1. In 1986, George worked as a jail deputy. In 1988, he moved into the patrol. In 1991, George was promoted to a field training officer, and in 1993, he became a patrol sergeant. George was then promoted to lieutenant in 2000. Since that time, he has overseen each division within the sheriff's office. From patrol to custody, investigations to civil, he's managed each division with great leadership and expectation of greatness from those who worked under him. George has worked for 4 different sheriffs. As Rob said, Sheriff Nutting is in the back, over his long spanning career. George has vast knowledge and expertise that will be truly missed. His experience with law enforcement range from as a member of the SWAT team, a weapon and course instructor, the range master, was trained in everything from hostage rescue to internal affairs, along with too many others to be named. Before coming to work for the Sheriff's Office, George served our country as a United States Marine for 9 years, enlisting at the tender age of 17. From there, we were lucky enough for him to return to Tuolumne County. George has always been a cornerstone in the Sheriff's Office. His 30-year tenure is a testament to his passion for his job, a job that he did not well, but a job that he did great. We are sorry to see Lieutenant George H. Ruckman go, but wish him the very best in his retirement from a long and outstanding career. Now the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors does hereby join the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office in extending its heartfelt thanks and appreciation to George Ruckman for his 30 years of dedicated service to the residents of Tuolumne County on this occasion of his retirement on December 29th, 2016, and wishes him good fortune in all of his future endeavors.
Okay, do we have public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gray.
I think I've known you probably about 35 plus years or so. I think you even used to work part-time with your dad doing some carpenter work too. I think the last time I saw you was when we remodeled the country club. I think you were there a few days. His father is one of the hardest working men that I think I ever saw. When he was on the job, he worked continuously. Nobody outworked him. I don't care if it was a young guy or an old guy. But I just want to say that your father is probably really proud of you today. Thank you.
Evan?
George, thank you for your service. Congratulations on your retirement. I wish you the best.
Supervisor Handbelt?
Yeah, 30 years. Wow. That's a long time to serve in the kind of job you've been serving in. And I can only say thanks to that. I want you all to know, we had this little incident a few years ago called rimfire. And some of us were out there almost every morning. I didn't miss too many. He was always there. I don't think he ever got a day off. Every morning I saw him there, coordinating and doing what the sheriff's office does. 30 years putting yourself on the line for the public. That is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. Thank you isn't enough. You deserve a long and good retirement. I wish you well, and I thank you for 30 years of dedication and passion for what you did. Thank you.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah. cornerstone was the word that I had written down when I read this in our packet last week, because you truly have been a cornerstone. You have really been what is a tremendous support in the foundation of, lieutenants and sergeants that work underneath the sheriff, and it's so very important for Tuolumne County to have that amazingly strong, cohesive foundation. And Rimfire was the other piece that I had in my notes. I remember seeing you there. I remember when I came up to you and I said, permittees are having a really difficult time getting through all the checkpoints. And within hours, you had it fixed for the folks over in the Groveland corridor. And it was immediate, it was effective, and it was a tremendous service to the community. And you'll be missed, but I wish you well in your retirement.
Okay, looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the recognition.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Handbelt. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0.
Supervisor, Mr. Chairman, can I say something? I'm sorry to. Yes. All right. Thank you. I tried to do it, but I can't do it right, so I'm sorry.
You're just a sheriff.
I'll learn. On a personal note, I want to say that I've known George since the day that I came in. He was transitioning out to patrol as I came into the jail, and for almost 28 years, I've seen this young man and have looked up to him. Supervisor Gray, you said something about his father. George has that same DNA. He works, and he works hard, and he's passionate. And the things that he's passionate about are making sure that the deputies are safe, making sure that they have all the training, the equipment that they need to do their job. He's passionate about keeping the public safe, that the citizens are afforded their constitutional rights. But the most important thing that he works on and is proud of is his family. His wife, Kathy, and George have a beautiful family and have raised beautiful daughters. And I think one of the reasons why he's leaving is to spend time with his granddaughter. And you can't fault a man for wanting to be with his family. Both he and Rob, that's what they're going to do. What I'll miss about George is his canniness and his ability to say, Sheriff, do you really want to do that? And we kind of laugh about that, but as the sheriff, I want a man or a woman to say, this may not be the right decision. And that is something that I will miss from him. So God bless you, George. I've had the opportunity to work with you as a deputy, as a sergeant. I've learned a lot from you, so thank you so much for all that you did.
Good words. So 4 years ago, not quite, about 2 weeks, less than 4 years ago, I got sworn in as a supervisor. So I'm like the freshman guy on the team here. And as much as I prepared, I really didn't know very much about being a supervisor. But within 2 weeks of being sworn in, I got a call from one of my constituent communities, Blackjack Estates. A lot of people that live in Tuolumne County don't even realize where that is. It's South Lake Tulloch, for those of you that don't know. And it's a corner of our county that a lot of people never visit. But having said that, I got a call and they had some problems with some burglaries and stuff. And so I called the sheriff's office and I said, so what are we going to do about this? And they said, well, we're going to we got it too, we're going to send a corporal out there and they're just going to talk to him. Well, I'm an old military guy and I retired as a lieutenant colonel, and I wouldn't send corporals on something really important, and this was really important to me. So I said, not so fast. I need some more horsepower out there for me to feel comfortable, because this is my first thing as a supervisor. George Reckman was the guy that they sent out there to keep me straight and make sure that my constituents were taken care of. Nothing against the corporal. He was the only one that did the talking. George, like a great leader, stood back and let his troop do his job. But that confidence that I had in having George there made me a lot more comfortable going into that. It was a great meeting, and George and I said virtually nothing, but it was very well done, and when we left, the Sheriff's Department had done their job again, as they do every day. So, and George has been that kind of a supervisor, leader, and everything that I've looked at and admired in our Sheriff's Department, and we are going to miss you, George. Hopefully I won't miss you too much. We'll see, but congratulations on your retirement. And you didn't get out of here without too much gray. There you go. Mike's here.
It's somewhat gratifying to have Sheriff Nutting here. I had learned in the Marine Corps that when you're put in a position of leadership, you always try and make it better. Sheriff Nutting helped show me how. Always leave it better than you found it. And it's nice to be able to report that Sheriff Mealy learned also and continues that ethos. One of the things that I told the sheriff when I let him know that I was retiring was that it was truly humbling to work with the men and women in our Sheriff's Department. They are absolutely second to none. If I had an opportunity to do so, I would start my 30 years all over again. And with that, thank you very much.
Okay, what we're going to do now, because I think the room's going to clear anyway a little bit, we're going to take a... Oh, I'm sorry. Will you please read item number 17?
This is consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for California Highway Patrol Commander Scott Clamp upon his retirement.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read the certificate of recognition. This is in honor of Scott Clamp for 28 and a half years of law enforcement service and his dedication to providing safety to the citizens of Tuolumne County as commander of the Jamestown, California Highway Patrol. Scott's passion for this community is further evidenced by his involvement in the YES Partnership, Kiwanis, and the Boy Scouts of America. In creating the Lunch with a Cop program, Scott has worked to enhance the trust between youth and law enforcement agencies. On behalf of the County of Tuolumne, we would like to wish Scott all the best in retirement, and at this time I'll take public comment and bring it up. Are you getting up, Mr. Ayala? I've seen that look before. Usually it's from my wife.
I'm getting up, but it's not going to be easy. I was going to ask you to come up and speak with me. But anyway, when you put your heart and soul into a community and an office and the highway patrol, community involvement, you know, one of these guys comes and works with you and for you. And then I had the luxury of retiring a few years back. And, you know, I keep track of the guys. I see what's going on. I know what's going on. And then I hear somebody's on the lieutenant's list. And then I hear he's going to Modesto. And I'm thinking, what are you doing? Because I also worked a little bit in Modesto and lived there a long time. But the real blessing Oh. That's why I didn't get up and speak last time, is to see Scott come back and be the commander here, be involved in the community, put his heart and soul into it. And we're dear friends, good friends, Kiwanis. And then I see the kids. Where are the kids at? They're hiding because they knew I was going to talk. I think when I met those kids, they were pretty tiny. And you see them grow up, and you see Scott mature, and then the leadership, and the care and concern for his troops, and what he does in the community. It's just been a real blessing, and I want to thank you. It's a well-earned retirement, and thank you to Tuolumne County for a great place to live, work, and play. Thank you.
And any other public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gray?
Yes, I'm looking at those two kids. I haven't seen them before, and they certainly must get their looks from their mother. Is that true? Probably is. Anyway, Scott, I did say a few things at the last meeting, but again, I want to thank you for your service to Tuolumne County, and I'm sure you're going to stay here. I don't know where else is any better than Tuolumne County, but I hope so. And hope to see you lounging at the fitness center on occasion when you have time in your retirement. But congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for your service.
Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, well said, John. Scott, congratulations, and thank you for everything you've done as a CHP commander and, as Mike said, all your community involvement. And I'll be disappointed if I don't continue to see that, so I'm sure we'll keep you busy.
Supervisor Handel?
Yeah, I don't know what to say after Mike. I understand why he gets a little choked up. You've been a great asset to the community, not just as our CHP commander. And by the way, everybody needs to know law enforcement has two aspects here. We have the CHP and we have the sheriff's office, and neither one is complete without the other. And the teamwork that you provide, and you've been a good team player here. We work together, and I got to tell you how much I appreciate that, and your commitment to the community, off the job as well as on the job. And I'm glad that you are a resident here, even if it's the wrong district. But you can move. We can arrange that. But I want to thank you for service, congratulate you on retirement, and wish you just the best, and look forward to seeing you out in the community. You got a big shoes to follow because Mike's been doing a good job out there, but I'm sure he can give you some hints. But thank you for your service, seriously. I mean, you've been terrific, and your team has been terrific too, and it's all because of the leadership you provide. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah. Heart, soul, compassion, and everything I've seen you work at. And I'm not going to, it's not goodbye, because I know that you are going to stay engaged with the community service. I'm going to look forward to that. But I do wish you well in your retirement.
Is that a motion?
And yes, I'd like to make the motion.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Handel. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. So when I read about the problems in communities with law enforcement around the nation, and there's a lot of that going on right now, I feel so blessed to be in a community where our law enforcement and our community really are partners in keeping all of us safe. And we see that a lot on the websites and the Facebook sites that our law enforcement agencies have. But that doesn't come easily. That comes from a professional law enforcement force first, last, and always. And that doesn't come easily either. That comes from terrific leadership. That comes from true professionalism in everything that everybody does in those outfits every day. And Scott, as far as the highway patrol goes, you are singularly responsible for that, and for that we are blessed, and for that I thank you very much for the partnership that you have helped establish between yourself and Sheriff Mealy's department, as well as the City Police Department. I want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for that as well. And on behalf of all of the citizens of Tuolumne County, thank you for a job exceedingly well done, and our best wishes for you going forward into retirement. Mike set quite a standard for retirement. And you are getting out of here while you still don't have too much stress.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say, I did have some difficult days on the job, but majority of them are very easily, and that's due in large part to you folks sitting up there making the hard decisions, but in a larger part to the men and women you see standing behind me in uniform. So couldn't say thank you enough to the men and women that have always been there for me to just make us all look good. They all these folks do an awesome job. And I'd be remiss if I didn't give a big shout out to the people that are most important to me, that have sacrificed so much over the years, and that would be my kids that are home for Christmas. So my daughter Odette and my son Ricky are here to see me off. So thank you so much.
Okay, now we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 3:05. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to call the Board of Supervisors back to order, and I'm going to do a little rearrangement on the agenda. I'm going to go ahead and take item 25 and 26, and then we'll start over again at 19. So if the clerk of the board could please read item number 25.
Consideration of approving a reorganization of the probation department and all related personnel and budgetary adjustments in the probation, regional juvenile center, and behavioral health cost centers.
Chief Probation Officer Downey.
Thank you.
Welcome to the podium.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Rutherford, members of the board. Linda Downey, Chief Probation Officer. The item before you is a request for your consideration for approval of a reorganization of the probation department. This proposal will provide improved management oversight of the department, increase capacity of field supervision, increase public safety efforts, modify the way youth and family therapy services are secured, and will save money in the process. During the time of the fiscal year 2009-2010 budget preparation, the department experienced significant changes in our organizational structure, which resulted in a reduction in our administrative support. Between 2007 and 2009, 2 assistant chief probation officer positions were eliminated, and their duties were assumed by the 2 division managers. The senior probation officers at that time were considered lead workers with no supervisory or administrative authority. In that budget year, the structure change was necessary for the immediate goal of saving money during the Great Recession. This structure has not and is not working well functionally due to the increasing complexity and workload demands in probation services and programs in both the juvenile and adult divisions. In the memo to your board, I have listed some of the most notable changes since fiscal year 2009-2010. Honestly, I probably could have filled a few pages full of changes. Many of these changes came to us without any additional funding and include AB 109, which transferred the responsibility of certain adult offender populations from the state to the counties. This included the establishment of the Community Corrections Partnership, the CCP, which probation chairs and handles the fiscal and reporting requirements. AB 109 also resulted in the implementation of the high-risk supervision team in partnership with the Sheriff's Office, the establishment of the Alternatives to Detention Center, and implementation of evidence-based program for post-release community supervision offenders and high-risk probationers. We increased probation work-release program from 5 to 7 days a week. The implementation of an electronic monitoring program and continuous alcohol monitoring. We have requirement changes for STC training. Implementation of evidence-based programming for juveniles with in-depth assessments being conducted. The increased Title IV-E documentation requirements, which included a new definition for reasonable candidate, which has resulted in more time spent in documentation and reduced funding. The design and building of the Mother Lode Regional Detention Facility. AB 403, Continuum Care Reform. It's a huge change in the foster care system and caregiver approval process for both child welfare and probation. We have increased juvenile placement requirements and assessments. We have increased utilization and requirements for probation of the Child Welfare Services case management system, which unfortunately has resulted in double entry for our placement officers and the need for a system administrator. New state mandated reporting requirements. We've increased our sworn staff from 17 to 35, spread over 3 buildings. And most recently, the passing of Prop 57, 63, and 64. These and other program changes require us to look at our current structure and recommend a change that will allow for both a higher level of management oversight and direction and more time for division managers to focus on their respective unit programming and compliance. There are 3 aspects of the proposed reorganization. 1, to address the administrative and management oversight issues as shared earlier. 2, utilize grant funding to increase field supervision capabilities. And 3, reflect changes in the manner through which we provide youth and family therapeutic services for our juvenile population. Regarding the administrative and management oversight, this reorg proposes the reinstatement of the assistant chief position, probation officer position. With the assistant chief position reinstated, it is anticipated that the administrative duties currently assigned to the division managers would be returned to the assistant chief. This change will allow for the division managers to focus on programming to include ongoing evaluation and assessment to ensure positive outcomes, mentoring of supervising and senior probation officers, and compliance with program requirements and directives. In addition, the assistant chief probation officer will become the second in command and provide leadership in the absence of the chief. The conversion of one legal assistant to an administrative assistant. This classification differs from the legal assistant in that duties include statistical and technical report preparation and fiscal activities which will be needed at the juvenile detention facility. This classification also allows for the support services currently being provided to the juvenile division. It is anticipated the juvenile division will relocate to the new facility to provide intake and booking duties and additional support as needed. The administrative assistant will be located at the juvenile detention facility and provide support for both the juvenile division and the juvenile detention facility. We propose the conversion of one work release coordinator to senior work release coordinator. This is a structure we have had in the past, and it has worked well. This will allow for the senior work release coordinator to take on more of the day-to-day duties, such as scheduling, while allowing the supervising probation officer to take on more responsibilities in the electronic monitoring program and pretrial program when it is finalized. And finally, the elimination of 2 supervising probation officers' position. Returning administrative and fiscal assistance to the assistant chief probation officer allows the division managers to take on more program-related duties. This, combined with the previously approved conversion of 3 deputy probation officers to senior probation officers, will provide the needed support to each of the 3 divisions: juvenile, adult, and alternative sentencing program. Increased field supervision via state funding. We propose the addition of 1 deputy probation officer. The department has stable SB 678 state funding for a new deputy probation officer. The new deputy probation officer will reduce the caseload sizes of our moderate and high-risk offender caseload. As of last week, we had 201 high-risk felony offenders supervised by 3 high-risk supervision team officers. 67 high-risk offenders per officer is too high. State averages range from 35 to 50 offenders per officer. And finally, the change in budgeting for family therapist services for juveniles. An important component of our services to the juvenile population is youth and family therapeutic services. The department has struggled in recruiting, filling, and retaining juvenile family services therapist vacancies. We have had ongoing discussions with Human Services, and staff is in agreement that it would be appropriate for the probation department to secure its youth and family therapy services through behavioral health. This would require eliminating 1.5 FTEs, juvenile family therapist positions currently budgeted in the probation cost pool, probation and juvenile detention facility cost centers, and budgeting 1.5 FTE of permanent behavioral health clinicians, as well as 0.5 FTE MyCore grant-funded behavioral health clinicians in the behavioral health cost centers. It is anticipated with in-house recruitment opportunities, this reorganization will result in no layoffs or loss of current staff. In your board packet, Attachment A are the organizational charts, both current and proposed, that reflect the changes outlined. On pages 3 and 4, there are charts that show the proposed changes in allocated position among the 3 impacted cost centers: probation, juvenile detention facility, and behavioral health. There are 2 specific personnel changes that required board approval. The new Assistant Chief Probation Officer classification specification, setting the annual salary at range 511 and assigning the classification to the Executive Confidential Bargaining Unit, and 2, the revised class specification for Division Manager. These classifications can be reviewed in Attachment B. Human Resource staff has met and conferred with the affected bargaining units, and all parties are in agreement with these actions. The charts on pages 4 and 5 indicate this reorganization will result in a net savings of $79,938. It is my desire to place this savings in the juvenile detention facility budget to meet any unanticipated startup needs that may be experienced through either unanticipated expenses or underperformance in revenues. Attachment C shows the related detailed budget adjustments to be approved by your board. Department Business Manager Megan Boderman is present and can answer any budget-related questions. In summary, this proposed reorganization will improve department management, staff capacity, and service delivery, and I believe will increase public safety while saving money. I respectfully request your board support in approving it. In addition, I would also like to thank and acknowledge the assistance of the County Administrative Office, Human Resource, and Human Services agency staff for working with me on this proposed or reorganization. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions of staff?
No, just a comment. It's always good to save money, but your report was really detailed. If all my questions were answered within the report, so thank you for it all. Thank you.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Chief Downing also for the thoroughness of his report. Very well done. The only question that I have was on the two positions you're planning in the grant funding with behavioral health. They have confidence that they'll be able to accommodate for those positions.
They do, and as I've been going through Title 15, another reason why we've looked to our behavioral health department is a lot of Title 15 requires the juvenile hall to work very closely with the behavioral health director and behavioral health. So we need to have that partnership.
Okay. Supervisor Handbelt? No? Okay. Okay. Public comment. Okay. Before I look for a motion, I want to express my very strong gratitude for taking this on. I think this is a model that that I hope all of our department heads will do periodically, and that is look at their organization and look for ways to do things better, more efficiently, and hopefully cheaper. But it doesn't always have to be cheaper, but how do we do our job better with the resources that we're given? And this is, I read through it. It is intellectually a very good proposal. I'm very confident it will have the results that you're anticipating. And I want to echo everybody else's comment. This is one of the best staff reports I've seen put together. So I didn't have any questions afterwards, other than the obvious ones that if the people that you attribute positive feelings about actually have them, but why would I believe otherwise? So honestly, really good job, Linda, and thank you very much for this. So with that, I'm looking for a motion. Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, I'll move approval of the reorganization of the probation department and related personnel.
Thank you. I move approval of the reorganization of the probation department and the related personnel and budgetary adjustments in the probational, regional juvenile center, and behavioral health cost centers.
And that includes approving the excess money this year going into the probation center.
Correct.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Brennan, a second by Supervisor Gray.
Since this is a budgetary thing, I think at this point it requires a 4/5. It doesn't say that.
4/5? Okay. I don't think we're going to have a problem with that. I did ask for public comment, right? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Good job. Thank you. And number 26.
Consideration of approving amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with Trinity Services Group, Inc. to add provision of food service to the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility.
You're back.
Good morning again. Linda Downey, Chief Probation Officer. Also present to answer any question is Lieutenant McKay, Jail Commander. The item before you is a request for your consideration for approval of amendment number 1 of the existing Trinity Services Group contract with the Tuolumne County Jail to include meal service for the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility. It was determined during the planning stages that utilizing Trinity Services for meal service for the juvenile detention facility would be the best option. This was based on the fact Trinity currently provides meal service to the jail, provides meal service to a number of juvenile facilities across California, and is familiar with the documentations and requirements of the school nutrition program. Trinity Services will be able to work off the current jail menu, tailoring it to meet the additional nutritional requirements for juveniles under Title 15 regulations. With this amendment, Trinity Food Services will be responsible for all meal and menu preparation and planning that meets both Title 15 and the federal school nutrition program regulations and guidelines. The financial impact of this amended contract is included in the board memo to the board and reflects the cost per meal based on daily population and the total number of meals served per day. The expected annual total cost for both the jail and the juvenile detention facility is $600,634. This amount is based on the actual cost the jail paid to Trinity for meal services last year and the highest meal price range for 10 juveniles per day. It is anticipated we will be accepted into the school nutrition program and will be able to claim approximately $13,598 in reimbursement for meals and snacks. I would like to thank the Sheriff and Lieutenant McCaig for their assistance, guidance, and problem solving regarding the possible ways meal services for the juvenile detention facility could be provided. It is recommended that your board approve the attached Amendment Number 1 of the Professional Services Agreement with Trinity Services Group, Inc. to add provision of food services for the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility.
Okay. Public comment? Bring it back to the board.
No questions.
Okay. Looking for a motion. Okay.
Second.
I've got a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Gray. On staff recommendation, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Go forth and do good things.
Thanks.
Number 19.
Consideration of adopting a resolution to appoint Christine Lears as an extra help retired annuitant to perform the duties of a relief road worker under Government Code Section 21224, effective December 20th, 2016, to certify the nature of the appointment and to certify the appointment is necessary to fill critically needed position.
Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of roads and engineering. In order to balance the road fund budget in the fiscal year 2016-17, funding was not provided to fill several vacant and anticipated to be vacant positions in the road division. As such, there are currently 6 vacant positions that will not be filled during this fiscal year. 2 of these vacant positions have been created by the retirements of road workers who are highly skilled in plowing snow. As such, there is now a shortage of skilled workers to plow the county's roads and to sand them during inclement weather. Road worker Christine Lears retired on December 16th of this year. She has 11 years of experience in maintaining the county's roads and has special training and skills in snow plowing and sanding. Ms. Lears is interested in continuing to use her skills to assist the shorthanded road crews after her retirement. Section 7522.56 of the California Government Code requires that post-retirement employment commence no earlier than 180 days after the retirement date unless specified criteria for an exception are met. Pursuant to that section, that appointment is necessary to fill a critically needed position before the 180 days have passed, and appointment has to be approved by the governing body of the employer in a public meeting. In this case, there is a critical need to have adequate staffing to maintain the county's roads in a safe condition for the public during winter driving season. Appointing Christine Lears as an extra help retired annuitant to perform the duties of a relief road worker to assist with snow plowing and sanding of roads would help meet that critical need. There are the CalPERS rules specify 5 rules that have to be met in order to qualify for this position. Employment as a road relief worker shall be limited to 960 hours. As a relief road worker, employee will work on an as-needed basis. The compensation is specified on an hourly rate and not to exceed maximum monthly base. And there will be no golden handshake. The proposed appointment of Christine Lears as a relief road worker is primarily to assist with snow removal and sanding during the winter driving season. Consequently, it is anticipated that the number of hours that Ms. Lears works will be limited. As such, there is adequate funding in the fiscal year 2016-17 road maintenance budget to cover the cost of the proposed appointment. It is recommended that your board adopt the resolution to appoint Christine Lears as an extra help retired annuitant to perform the duties of a relief road worker under Government Code Section 21224, effective December 20th, 2016, to certify the nature of the appointment and to certify that the appointment is necessary to fill a critically needed position. These snowplow operators, it's almost like a newspaper route. They have to know each and every one of these roads. They have to know where to put the snow, where not to put the snow. So it takes a long time to learn these routes. So it's very important that we have this additional help.
Okay. Public comment? Bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, we just had a quick question. We do have snowplow operators in training, right?
Yes, we have some new ones, and we're breaking them in the various divisions, yes.
Chairman, I move on staff recommendations.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Royce. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstained, 5-0. Item 20.
Consideration of approving a cooperative agreement with Dodge Ridge Corporation for the rental of a county grader to assist in the maintenance of Dodge Ridge Road.
Thank you. I'll be quick.
And you've had your coffee.
Yes, I
Good.
am currently awake. Thank you. Deputy County Counsel Carlin Driftall. Dodge Ridge Road is part of the county-maintained system and services the Dodge Ridge ski area. In 1994, the county entered into an agreement with Dodge Ridge Corporation authorizing Dodge Ridge to perform snow and ice removal on Dodge Ridge Road. Over the last year, the county and Dodge Ridge have had many discussions regarding the maintenance of Dodge Ridge Road during the winter season. Dodge Ridge has the staffing, but not the equipment. The county has the equipment, but not the staffing. Streets and Highways Code Section 942 authorizes your board by a 4/5 vote to lease county equipment used in the maintenance and construction of county roads when such equipment is not in use. Your board may charge for the use of the county equipment and arrange the basis for compensation. The proposed agreement before you is the rental of a county grader during the winter season for $1 per year. The agreement authorizes the county administrator to execute 5 additional one-year extensions. Dodge Ridge's use of the county's grader to maintain Dodge Ridge Road and the surrounding areas during the winter season will provide a public benefit by enhancing the maintenance and safety of a heavily traveled but less populated county road during snow events, thereby freeing the county's limited staffing to provide services elsewhere in the county-maintained road system. The county will still provide services on Dodge Ridge Road, specifically sanding and snow blowing as needed. It is staff's recommendation that your board approve this agreement with a 4/5 vote. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And Duke York is also here if you have any technical questions.
Supervisor Royce.
I don't have questions, but I did have comment.
Go.
All right. I received a call from Sally this morning. She's very supportive of this. She wanted to commend staff, and I just wanted to pass that on. Carlin, Bev, Duke, all of the Craig, everybody that worked on this did a good job. I'm very appreciative of this, especially because it's my district, but also because it helps save valuable staff resources while at the same time supporting a very important business venture in our community that helps with economic development and tourism. So especially you, Carlin, thank you very much for making this happen.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan.
Was that a motion?
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Brennan?
And so I'd echo those comments and thank staff for finding this win-win scenario. Very appreciated, and I second the motion.
Okay, before we go any farther, I'm going to ask for public comment before I forget. Okay, seeing none, bring it back to the board. Anybody? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Okay, please read item number 21, and I intend to delay our 11 o'clock until about 11:15 or 11:20 to get as much done as we can. I don't anticipate we'll go into lunch. So, go ahead.
Consideration of approving amendments to the appeal section of the Tuolumne County Airport Policy and Procedures for hangars, tie-downs, and waiting lists.
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. I was approached by Mr. Willard Benning during this past year concerning their hangar. His father had leased the hangar 55 years ago, and he recently passed away, and unfortunately, they fell under a new clause in the new airport hangar policy, which would no longer allow their family to have their airplane in the hangar. So we took this item, me being the appeals officer, looked at it, talked to Mr. Benning. We then had to take it to the airport committee because in order for them to stay in, there needed to be some amendment made to the hangar policy. The airport committee then recommended approval of a good cause clause, which was developed by Deputy County Counsel Christopher Schmidt, and was recommended for approval by the Board of Supervisors. Should the board approve this good cause clause, then I, as the appeals officer, would be allowed to make a decision which could allow them to remain in the hangar.
Okay. Public comment. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gray.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, we discussed this thoroughly at the airport committee, and it would be my recommendation that we do approve this change.
Okay, and yeah, we did, and obviously, first level of approval would be at the staff level, but it is also appealable to the board for those that, that's just our normal appeal process. I just wanted to clarify that. Any other comments, questions from the board? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Go back to work, Benny. It's 5-0. I was. Okay. Item number 22.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the 2017 through 19 Tuolumne County Management Association Memorandum of Understanding.
Good morning, Ann Fremd, Human Resources and Risk Manager. I am pleased to present to you the Tuolumne County Management Association Memorandum of Understanding. We have met and conferred and are in agreement with the following major components. The term of the MOU will start January 1st and will expire December 31st, 2019. During the term of the MOU, we have a series of equity adjustments and cost of living adjustments. The equity adjustments, is just by way of reminder, were done during the classification compensation study that was accepted by your board in December of 2015. And our intent is to bring the management positions down to within 13% of the median that was identified in the class and comp. So the pay period that includes July 1st of 2017 will be the equity adjustment, bringing the classifications to within 17% of the median, as well as a 3% COLA. The pay period effective July 1st, 2018, equity adjustment to 15% down with a 2% COLA. The pay period effective July 1st, 2019, the equity adjustments down to 13% with a 2% COLA. Currently, the management unit receives merit incentive pay. That incentive pay will also expire July 1st, 2017, which is why they received a little higher COLA on the first year to recognize that they are giving up this 2% number, and over 50% of the staff receive that. And then finally, our cafeteria language was accepted by the bargaining unit. That becomes effective January 1st, 2017. And the changes for that were really driven by the Affordable Care Act, where we have to meet minimum essential coverage and affordability criteria that's established by that law. So all of the cafeteria amounts were changed, and one of the major things is we used to offer insurance to half-time benefited employees. Now we will only offer offer the coverage to people that work an average of 130 hours per month, which is a 0.75 FTE. Anybody that's currently enrolled as half-time, we are grandfathering, but should they decide to withdraw, they are able to, because the Affordable Care Act no longer mandates that they have to have coverage. So it is recommended that your board approve the attached Management Association Memorandum of Understanding and the associated resolution.
Thank you. Public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. Anybody?
I'll move in favor of recommendation and approving.
Okay.
Second.
I've got a motion by Supervisor Handbelt, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Good work. Next, item number 23.
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the 2017 through 2021 Tuolumne County Health Care Unit Memorandum of Understanding.
Okay. Before you is the Tuolumne County Health Care Memorandum of Understanding. I met and conferred over a series of meetings with this group, and we have settled on a really nice long contract with them. It becomes effective January 1st, 2017, and expires June 30th, 2021. In that, we also have addressed equity adjustments identified as in the COF classification. For this bargaining unit, because of the length of the term, we will be bringing their medians down to 10% and also have cost of living adjustments. For this group, effective January 1st, the pay period that includes January 1st, 2017, there will be a 2% COLA. The pay period effective July 1st, 2017, we will do the equity adjustments down to 17%. Then from that point forward, July 1st, 2018 through July 1st of 2021, we will bring the equities down 15, 13, and 10%, and there will be a 2% COLA in addition to the equity adjustments. We also increased the cap for compensatory time off from 40 hours to 60 hours, and we have changed the pay differential from $2.50 an hour to $3 an hour to recognize employees working the hours of 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. We also put in criteria that explains that your shift must start at 2 p.m. or later for you to be eligible, so it really recognizes that you're working those hours in the bulk of your shift. The cafeteria plan also changed for this group. This group is a non-exempt group, so in addition to the Affordable Care Act minimum essential coverage and affordability requirements, we also have the Flores versus City of San Gabriel decision, which is driving this cafeteria. The Flores decision makes us use cafeteria, cash in lieu, and potentially the full cafeteria to calculate overtime for non-exempt people, and so we needed to limit that and also become what's called bona fide under the Flores decision, which means our cash in lieu does not exceed a certain percentage total of all money paid for the cafeteria. So what's really different about the non-exempt versus the exempt is single employees enrolled, we will still pay 100% of medical, dental, vision up to a $900 amount. Their waived was significantly cut between $500 to $1,000. They will only be able to receive $100 cash in lieu if you're a single employee, or if you're waiving, you can only now receive $100. So it's recommended your board approve the Tuolumne County Healthcare Memorandum of Understanding and the associated resolution.
Public comment? Bringing it back to the board. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff. I want to thank the healthcare unit. Negotiations, there's so many challenging aspects to this.
And I know one of our goals was to stagger these bargaining units, and just, again, my sincere appreciation for the way this was handled and it was done, and I move approval.
Okay. Do I have a second? Second. Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Royce. Before we vote, I just want to kind of echo and amplify some of Supervisor Brennan's comments. I want to thank the staff for working extremely hard on all of our bargaining, not just these two. But I do want to thank all of our staff as well, all of our employees as well, and their associations for really working, I think, well with our bargaining team to reach settlements that benefit them, but also recognize the fiscal realities that the county is dealing with. We made a commitment. We're trying very hard to meet that commitment as best we can. And I just want to thank our employees for helping us do that. So, again, with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Item number 24.
Continued consideration of approving the amendment number 1 to the agreement with for professional service with RMA Group.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
In brief, you had a committee of 2 board members that were assigned to look into this with me. And based on that input, there's some additional research to be conducted, and would just recommend that we defer this item to a future agenda.
Okay. Any objections to that from the board? Okay. We will defer it to a time that the CAO will determine is convenient, and we'll bring it back. Okay. Item number 28.
Consideration of approving the Mental Health Behavioral Act annual update to the 3-year program and expenditure plan.
How long do we anticipate?
The presentation?
Yes.
No longer than a half hour. 2 minutes to set up, Mr. Chairman.
Let's. Can we defer that until this afternoon? After I'll put it at 1:30, right before our 1:30 appointments. Can we do that?
We'll be happy to come back at 1:30.
I knew you would. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's read. What's item 29 going to take? Okay, item 29.
Second reading of an ordinance, an adoption of an ordinance amending section 1504.010, 1520.010A, 1520.040, 1520.045A, 1520.050A of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Okay. Staff report. No, nobody's here. This is a second reading. My understanding is we don't have any choices on this. It's driven by the state. Are you the staff? Okay. Any public comment on this? Okay. Any, bring it back to the board? Anybody?
I'll reluctantly move in favor.
Second.
Okay. Supervisor Handel reluctantly moved in favor. Supervisor Gray seconded. I think we all reluctantly will cast our votes. This isn't something that we have a choice in. It's just complying with state law. So with all that said, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. Okay, so now we will please read our 11 o'clock appointment.
This is a closed sessions, lots of them. Conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedron and Friend, Authority Government Code Section 5497.6, all bargaining units. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 549569D1. Mark Kurzich versus County of Tuolumne, United States District Court, Eastern District of California, case number 116CV01116DAD-SAB, and Public Employee Performance Evaluation Authority, Government Code Section 54957B1. The title is County Administrator.
Okay, do we anticipate reporting out CAO? Legal? No. Okay, we're going to go into closed session. We do not anticipate reporting out prior to our 1:30 appointment, and we will be breaking for lunch out of our closed session. So we will see the public that so desires back here at 1:30. We're going to adjourn into closed session at this time. Oh, public comment? We're back in open session. Public comment on the closed session items. Thank you, County Council. Seeing none. Okay, the Board of Supervisors meeting will come back to order. We completed all three of our 11 o'clock closed session items, and we have nothing to report from that. And will the clerk of the board please read item number 28, please?
Consideration of approving the Mental Health Services Act annual update to the 3-year program and expenditure plan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Christy Conforti. I'm the Mental Health Services Act Coordinator for Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Department. I'm joined here with Rita Austin, the Director of the Department, and we're here to present for your review and approval the MHSA Fiscal Year 16-17 Annual Update. As you can see, the MHSA portion of the overall behavioral health budget is roughly 1/3 of the budget. We run this pretty consistently throughout the year, so it is a big portion of what behavioral health represents in our community. The MHS OAC requires reporting on past activities and outcomes. Based on feedback from your board on last year's report, we tried to tie in more meaningful data and outcomes in this presentation. Fiscal year 17-18, sorry, back up. We're going to report on the past activities and outcomes. We gather input from stakeholders, and next year's plan is a 3-year program and expenditure plan, and that will require intensive community planning and stakeholder feedback. So this year, we did what we could with what we had, and as I mentioned, we're going to make a stronger effort to get those outcomes tied into the reporting from now on. We posted the plan on we posted the plan for the 30-day review on November 4th through December 5th. The public hearing was Wednesday, December 7th, and we're here today to seek your approval. There are 5 essential elements to the Mental Health Services Act. Community collaboration is designed to connect systems, organizations, resources that aren't traditionally defined as part of the mental health care system. Cultural competence helps to reduce disparities in access to mental health services. And promotion of wellness and including family members and clients in their services. And integrating services to provide access to a full range of services from multiple agencies. And there are 5 key components to the MHSA. The first element is MHSA is Community Support Services, or CSS. CSS represents 80% of the overall MHSA budget and includes full service partnership, outreach and engagement, peer support services, and crisis services. It is intended to improve access to underserved populations, promote recovery, and provide services to those most in need. Full Service Partnership, or FSP. This program is an intensive wraparound services between a case manager and a client with clear and obtainable goals for severely chronically mentally ill clients. The case managers work very closely with the client to define and develop the goals. We have increased the number of clients that we're serving in this program, as you can see. Back in 13-14, there were 31 clients in the program, and based on the growth from there to now, it was a 94% increase in the clients served. And this has impacted our ability to provide the data and report the information on what's happening. The sheer volume of high-need clients, in addition to our smaller work case managers, impacted our ability to collect valid data. So we have already addressed that internally through our quality improvement coordinator, and we have a better system in place to capture those results. So for this year, I apologize that I do not have many outcomes in terms of how these clients are performing and getting better on the system.
Just a quick question, okay? Our population is decreasing, and my understanding is the youth population is decreasing as well, and yet we're seeing a significant increase in the number of clients served. What do we attribute that to?
In terms of attributing to increases, is that there's a number of socioeconomic factors, as generally you do see with increased stressors related to income and economics. You see increased stressors and difficulty managing with children and exposure to a number of incidents. This also reflects a certain degree of higher identification. And sad to say is that what we are seeing as a result of some of the outcomes of AB 109 and Prop 47 is that we are seeing an increase in numbers of persons who are having behavioral health conditions that maybe had been lost in the law enforcement systems. And I think that this clearly indicates that there are more services going to people and hopefully diverting from other types of systems.
Okay, it's really important, I think, that we start capturing the full range of impacts of some of these social reengineering laws and propositions that are getting passed. It's because we see it here, we see it in law enforcement, we see it in various, I'll call them stovepipes or silos in our county government. Somehow we need to start ensuring that all of these statistical measurements of impacts are captured so that we can start raising this to our lawmakers. Because I'm not saying those were bad things to happen. I mean, we all have our own value judgments on that. I'm not interested in value judgments. I'm interested in quantifiable impacts. And we need to be able to show those and what the cost of doing business in a new way is to local governments. So just put that in your thinking cap and let it rattle around in there.
So I also want to be
for a while.
cautious. Although MHSA is a third of our budget, the data is captured in the broader system in some other arenas because we do have other funding sources and other programs that target some of these individuals. This is an ancillary service in full service partnership that we may be serving more persons, but not necessarily we wouldn't necessarily see the quantification of that in the MHSA data, but we could show that in the overall agency data.
Okay. You get where I'm going though, right?
Absolutely,
I mean, there's you folks, law enforcement, and the various branches of law enforcement. We're probably going to see it in probation. We're probably going to see it in the sheriff's department. We'll see it in the DA's office.
Absolutely, and we are working with those departments at this point in time to better quantify, and we'll see it later. But some of that is contained also in alternative fundings that we can always come back, the SAMHSA grants and other services where you're going to see a higher impact than in MHSA.
Okay. Go ahead, Sherry.
Supervisor, I would just add, I would add that this is a conversation that we've had because we talk about how often things get reported back to the state on what the true cost is to counties and especially rural counties in association with a lot of this legislation. And so it is something that we have been talking about and really looking at finding a way to capture this information so that we can be, as you said, being proactive at the state level and talking about what the total cost is, trying to encapsulate the total cost to counties.
Okay. Supervisor Handbelt.
Yeah, I share some of the comments here, and I think Prop 57 will just add to that mess, a transfer responsibility cost to the county. Can you define success here and how you intend to measure it? How are we going to know when we get there?
So MHS OAC, the Mental Health Services Act Oversight Accountability Commission, is working to define clear guidelines on what they want to see. So we're going to follow those guidelines. We're looking at key indicators such as their self-care, right? How they're improving in their overall mental health. Are their relationships improving? Are their physical health improving? Rita, do you have anything to add to that?
I do. So the department is using an instrument, LOCUS, which is a functional level assessment. In other words, being able to, Christine discussed some of those, so it has to do with functional level and ability to live independently with a minimum of symptoms, creating problems. Obviously, in healthcare, we're looking at symptom reduction and ability to better self-sustain. Also, some of our measures have to do with the residential status, so some of our outcomes can be shown fiscally. We are getting an increase in our costs, but that's not to this target population. We've been able to reduce that target population. So some of our measures of success are how many people are living in the community compared to how many were living in the community previously. Some of our measures of success are also client satisfaction as to whether or not they self-define, whether or not their life has improved or that they feel better, which are going to be clear indicators of whether or not they end up back into hospitalization. Later in the slides, Christy is going to be identifying some data that shows a significant measure of success in terms of hospitalizations. So obviously, if symptoms are reduced, we're going to have fewer hospitalizations. So that kind of data will be contained further into the slides. The LOCUS system is a longevity study, and so it has been in place for about 6 months now. It means we should probably have about a year and a half, at least a year and a half of data. Otherwise, it is not going to necessarily show the impact of change or whether or not that change has been sustained. So part of it is the initial data. It looks very, very positive, but I think that we have to be careful that we show outcomes data that has the longevity.
Okay. Sorry to derail the train here. Press on.
I just want to highlight the increase in children and transitional age youth. The reason why we're targeting that as a key improvement is because we had 0 last report, and we knew we were missing that age group. So we worked really closely with the foster youth system, child welfare, and were able to identify and develop plans for children that fit into this criteria. So also, due to the increased number of clients meeting the criteria, we're adding 2 additional FSP peer specialists to do the peer support function, which is extremely important. Clients seem to feel much more comfortable talking to a peer. They'll confide in them more than they might a clinical staff, so then that peer can work with the FSP team to provide information and let them know how the clients are doing as well. We're also adding a part-time relief case manager, and we need more county cars. We have more staff. We have more clients. The cars we have aren't all-wheel drive, so they don't go up into the snow, so we're going to prepare for that type of thing. And we need another van in order to get peers back to the enrichment center and to other activities to get them out into the community and being a part of the community. Affordable housing is still an issue. We've decided to dedicate some funding to looking for, and we wouldn't be renting or leasing a house through the county. It would be through FSP clients, but we would be able to find some landlord to work with us. We have a few that we would strictly have our FSP clients in that location. Also, you'll like this one, dedicated staff to address the needs of clients with criminal justice backgrounds. We have identified a case manager and a peer specialist that's all they do. They strictly work with those clients, so they're able to provide much more targeted resources for the needs of those clients. Also part of CSS is outreach and engagement. So a really kind of new, fun, exciting thing for 16-17 is a clinician available in the community. So she's not a behavioral health. It's a partnership with public health because they found through the Women, Infant, and Children's program, they were identifying clients with symptoms of depression, stress, anxiety, and they said, hey, how can we help these people? Because none of them were going to behavioral health for services. So she did a lot of research, and Bright Beginnings is what she titles her program, and it focuses on families with children 0 to 5 living in the home. So she comes into the home, provides screenings, assessment, brief intervention services, and then referral and linkages to needed services for that particular family. The support is able to take place in the home in a safe setting for the parents and the children. And she also does groups and classes at Jamestown Elementary specifically for kids, and then also parenting support classes such as effective and positive discipline. She's been working with community partners, public health, and Jamestown Family Resource Center, and looking to broaden that as we move along in the program. Also part of CSS is peer support services, and we provide this in several ways. The Enrichment Center, peer-run center offering peer support groups. New for this year is a grief group dealing with life issues, and then WRAP, which is Wellness Recovery Action Plan, which helps the client to determine their own measures of what can they do when they start exhibiting symptoms or feeling in a negative way. Also, the EC houses a full-time benefits and resource specialist who's available to assist peers with Social Security, Medicare, Medi-Cal, housing, whatever needs they might be looking for. There's a very large increase in attendance at the Enrichment Center, and that's due to a few factors. One is we were previously capturing that data by hand and then entering it into a system. Our quality improvement group was able to develop a tool that we now use that it goes straight into the computer and they do all the calculating. So it's much more accurate than it used to be. Also, the AB 109 and Prop 47, people are coming into it more, and we've done a lot of promotion within the community, so people are learning about the center that may not have knew about it before. Same with David Lambert. There's a huge increase there. I think it attributes to the same factors. That's for the homeless drop-in supports, and they're often referred to the EC or to the benefits specialist at the EC. New for this year is an outreach program. We want to continue to reduce stigma, and we want to go out and reach out with our partnering agencies, any type of community organization. We're starting a peer-facilitated support group at the college in spring. We've been working with the mental health coordinator out there, and she's fully supportive of this. And peers are learning the art of storytelling so that they can know how to convey their struggles and challenges and their successes in their recovery. Help reduce the stigma, and we plan on going to service groups, Chamber of Commerce, law enforcement, anybody that'll have us that will hear the stories that our peers have to tell. Next is crisis service and mental health triage, SB 82. So as you know, specialized phone and walk-in services, these are trained staff to intervene in crisis situations, calm the client, develop a safety plan, keep them stable. This is where the 21% reduction in hospitalizations has occurred. People using this service, they are able to intervene and keep them out of the hospital, which is a big kudos to that group. There's a slight decrease between 14-15 and 15-16, but a 20% overall from 13-14 to today. So, we're having some changes in our crisis department. The data that we have discovered through our quality improvement group tells us that people aren't really using the walk-in services during those graveyard hours, so from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. Over the past 3 years, we averaged 31 people coming in the door. So to justify having a full staff during those hours, we needed to look at that and how we can best serve our clients. So the change in after-hours services will have a clinician on site at the hospital. So it actually helps to sort of strengthen the SB 82 efforts that we've had, which was with law enforcement and the ER to be more available. So if the clinician is on site at the hospital after hours, they are directly available to work with these clients. We also, when we make that change, we will have more staff available during the day. So because we're having some challenges with the FSP group and all of the additional clients, we figure we can help to do some brief interventions through our crisis staff, and they can sort of triage and get those immediate needs met, and maybe that person doesn't need to go into the long-term FSP program. In the future, we're also looking at how other counties model their programs. They use peer specialists to provide support after hours, so we can look at that for down the road. The other reason we want to have crisis help with the FSP is to reduce the 30-day rehospitalization rate, which is roughly at 16% from last year. The next element of MHSA is prevention and early intervention, or PEI. PEI is 15% of the budget, and it goes towards programs and services designed to reach at-risk populations before they experience a behavioral health crisis, preventing issues and intervening before it becomes a critical situation. We have 2 childhood early education programs. One is through Infant Child Enrichment Services, ISIS, for Nurturing Parenting Program. They support family activities, strategies to prevent behavioral and emotional and developmental problems in children by building up the knowledge and experience and confidence of the parents. So parents are taking these classes, 80% of them report an increased confidence in their parenting skills and in identifying their children's behavior, and rather than reacting, they are thinking first and using the skills they learn in the class to work with their child. It's an evidence-based practice. It continuously, through the past 3 years that I've been here, is at that 80% mark all the time. One of the issues they have is in regards to transportation. There's no bus service at night, so they can get to the class, but they can't get home. So we're looking into that. And also, it's such a long program that goes over 8 weeks. Some people may just want one component of that class. So we're working with ISIS to modify that curriculum to maybe offer it to more people who only want the parenting, the discipline piece of it, or they just want this other piece, so that they don't have to go the full 8 weeks, but we'll still be able to serve them and get them what they need.
Quick question.
Yeah.
80% participants increase confidence in parenting skills. That's a really good figure. My question is are we doing anything with the 20% to identify ways to improve the program as we go forward?
Well,
or is that poor reporting, or poor response to the surveys, or is that just there are some people that can't be helped?
No, that's actually part of the reason why we want to modify the curriculum, because some of the people kind of drop out. So maybe we had 10 people in the class and only 8 people finished.
Okay.
So they have to, it's a criteria that they have to fill out this specific information when they take the pre and post tests.
Okay.
But if those 2 people don't, they took the pre, but they didn't take the post, so it looks like they didn't learn anything.
Okay.
Yeah. So
it could be underreporting.
Yeah.
Issues. Okay.
Yeah.
I just I always want to, as my colleague Supervisor Handbelt always says, there's always room for improvement.
Absolutely.
And so I just want to make sure that we're capturing the reason that we're not reaching the 20. And
Right.
if it's did not graduate, I'm okay with that. But
Yeah.
If there are things that we can do to improve the program, then we ought to
Right.
be
So
doing
this
it.
is our first step. So we'll modify the curriculum and see how that pans
Sure.
out.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there. So thank you for that. Okay, the second early childhood project is the First 5 Social Emotional Learning Foundations project, targeted towards the 0 to 5 age range in the preschool setting. So they work intensively training, coaching, and supporting teachers to identify social and emotional delays and how to work with the parents so that they can help them in the home and the teachers can help them in the school. With parents' permission, children will they'll do play therapy, they'll work with the clinician that is sponsored through First 5, and they'll learn how to one-on-one support with the parents and the teacher. The program goal is to have at least 75% of the children showing improvement in positive behavior domains. So we've improved there. We got 100%. So in last year. So the improvement was there.
What changed between 14-15 and 15-16?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Obviously, something changed.
Yeah. Well, it's a good change.
Well, I understand, but that's why you want to know.
Yeah.
What did you do different?
Well, so what First Five does is we are just a small portion of their program because they get funding from a lot of different sources. So I don't know. I will find out.
Good thing to know.
Yeah, it is a good thing to know. And I will absolutely find out and report back.
Teacher trainings.
Okay. There we go. So the thing we're focusing on for this year is to look at the indirect outcomes that are coming from this program. What we oftentimes seem to not remember is that we're working with one or two children in this classroom, but everybody is benefiting from the positive behaviors that this child is showing. So there's less classroom disruption, the teacher is more in control of the whole entire group, the child doesn't feel like there's something wrong with them, so everybody wins in the end by just working with a few. Okay, then we have our school-based violence prevention program with Center for a Nonviolent Community. Addressing school-based violence. They perform workshops, they give information, they have small groups. You're going backwards. Yeah. There. Sorry, technical difficulty. Yeah. They provide information workshops, small group supports, training to parents, teachers, students, faculty. Includes bus drivers, lunch ladies, yard duty staff, everybody that works at a school. This is one we need to figure out how we can do outcomes on. And prevention and early intervention is a target for the MHSOAC to figure out how we can measure outcomes. Some of them are easy to do, like the last one I had, because they have evidence-based surveys and tools. This one's a little trickier. It's hard to measure what exactly is being gained here, other than the girls' circle and the council, which is the boys' group. So we are working on developing those measurement tools. It's an issue with funding because of MHSA and the providers. We only have a certain amount of money. It costs money to implement these tools, but we are definitely working on that.
I also need to comment on that particular piece because this is a national challenge in terms of the measures, because a lot of the bullying anymore, of course, is cyber related. So the cyberbullying and the amount of response that the youth are having, because once that bullying occurs, it stays permanently out there in that virtual world. So oftentimes there's re-trauma or re-bringing that back up. So nationally, they're having some difficulty in trying, because you curb it today, but what happened last year is still lingering there and continuing to create a problem. So the outcomes measures and the intervention strategies to deal with this day and age type of bullying is far more challenging. So we are staying abreast of it, but are struggling in the same way the rest of the nation is facing right now. So I'm not sure that we're going to be able to have good answers, but obviously we need to continue with working with our youth and our families in terms of just awareness of it and how to be resilient in response to it.
Okay, suicide prevention, another really hard to measure intervention strategy. The goal is to reduce stigma around suicide, provide training and build awareness of suicide. It is a serious public health issue that affects our entire community. So the more people know, the better they can understand it and maybe address it. So the trainings that we have really help people to identify signs. So if they're talking to somebody in the grocery store and someone says something to them, they can go, hey, are you okay? And they know the questions to ask, and they know how to get that person help if they need it. The Know the Signs campaign is pretty much everybody knows the signs. the pharmacy bags, we put thousands of informational cards out in those. And we have mental health first aid, youth mental health first aid. New for this year's, we have 2 community members that are trained to provide mental health first aid, which we haven't provided in the last year. So we'll be able to provide those trainings more frequently now. We're looking at focusing on postvention activities so that we can help the people who are dealing with the loss of someone by suicide. It's right after that happens, it's a very critical time to get in and provide supports to those families and friends and community members. Older adult outreach. This is another one that's really hard to measure. They are obviously serving more people than they have in the past. We are a gray community, so there are lots of people that need help, whether they're isolated, they just need socialization, they don't have transportation. So our volunteers will go out there and provide in-home supports, just talking to them, maybe playing cards, whatever it is, and just letting them know that somebody out there is there for them. This program has experienced challenges with ongoing staff changes. They've just implemented a new tracking tool this year to sort of measure how people are when they start in the program, and then a checkpoint, and then towards the end, so we can at least see that the person is benefiting from this interaction with people. So I hope next year I'll be able to tell you a little bit more about that. Latino outreach. ATCA does our Promotores de Salud, our promoters of health. They are breaking down barriers such as language, culture, stigma, mistrust of behavioral health, and access to services and transportation. They just started in 14-15, and they've had a 100% increase in the number of people that they're working with. It was a matter of getting these volunteers in the community and building up a trust with the Latino community. They speak the language, they live with them, they work with them, they're there all the time. It's really successful from what I can see, this grassroots support group that was created. It was a group of women who met after a Spanish-speaking advisory committee meeting, and they just started to meet afterwards, once a month after that meeting. The population started to grow and grow. Now they meet twice a month. They're just there to provide supports and conversation with each other. What are you struggling with? What am I struggling with? The focus on this year is just to continue to build those relationships with the families and reduce the stigma of mental health within the Latino community. Native American outreach is through the Tuolumne Miwok Indian Health Center. They continue to provide culturally relevant activities and supports to the Native American community. The sweat lodges are hugely popular, and as well as the Native talking circles. This is another really delicate one as far as outcomes because it's a cultural thing. It's hard to have someone ask them before they go in and then when they come out how they feel. We know they are better after they come out, but it's hard to measure that. Again, another aspect that we're looking at to try to improve getting results for you. There was a huge increase in participants, and that was mostly due to a partnership between the Miwok Indian Health Center and MIUWA, and they deliver the substance use support groups and just additional services for the Native American community. New for this year, I'm told they will have a dedicated counselor on site at the juvenile detention facility. They already work with Native Americans in the criminal justice system, so one of their goals is to have that available at the new facility as well. And I shouldn't have favorites, but this is my favorite. Fostering healthy activities in non-traditional settings. I'm just so excited about this program. They've only been in effect for 1 year, and they had a 41% reduction in suspensions in 1 year. It is such a huge shift in the way that school is looking at trauma and trauma in a child's life. So they're training all of their staff on being trauma informed. They're halfway already to being the first trauma informed school in Tuolumne County. Their teachers, yard duty bus drivers, all of them are taking this training. They had 5 key consequences that they wanted to address, and they improved in all 5 of them. It's so impactful to the teachers, the students, all of the classes, and to the overall, climate of the school. The positivity it's overwhelming. But they want to continue to complete the training for all of their staff, so they want to get the other half of that staff trained this year, and just to promote that continued reduction in the negative consequence. So they look at the positive behavior intervention services, and that's what they focus on. So it's been a very strong program thus far. So I'm really excited to see what they do this year.
Yeah, I'm really excited too.
Yeah.
That's a great program, partnership between the Resource Center and the school district. And it's worth other people going down there and seeing what they're doing, because it's, as far as I know, it's unique in the county right now.
It is,
but it ought not be.
Yeah, we're hopeful that we'll be able to use this as a model for other schools to follow. And the director, Mark Dyken, is already working on, sort of formatting that for other schools to use. The last PEI program is the statewide program, which is 5% of our overall PEI funds. It does the standard, our suicide prevention. That's where we get all of the Know the Signs marketing materials. We get all of the student mental health initiatives, so the Directing Change, which is the film contest that I still haven't gotten anybody in Tuolumne County to enter in, but I'm doing it this year. I promise. It's going to happen. And then the stigma reduction, the Each Mind Matters. They provide promotional materials. They have a lot of links to informational research and articles about mental health and stigma reduction. And this last year we had the Walk in Our Shoes program that Bellevue and Columbia Elementary participated in. So since 2014, we've had 4 schools have that presentation. It's been successful every time. We just get very positive feedback from those schools. There's no plans to make any change at this time. We're going to continue with that 5% of funding towards these programs. The next element of MHSA is innovation, or INN. Innovation is a learning-based project. So we are currently going into the 4th year of our integration of healthcare project, the physical and mental integration of the whole body. This program is focused on analyzing that relationship and how the two can positively or negatively affect each other. So if your mental health is not good, it will affect your physical health, and if your physical health is not good, it will affect your mental health. We show this showing this 57% of our clients in that program how did I do this? Oh, it's an increase. So there's a 57% increase in the clients who have a designated primary care physician. So those people did not have a designated primary care physician before, so they were only seeing somebody at behavioral health. So now they're able to address their physical health care issues. And 75% of the participants last year didn't use the crisis services. That is a huge, huge impact. That means they're able to use the peer support network. They're able to self-identify when they're having struggles, and they will take action proactively instead of waiting until they're in a crisis situation. So it's very successful that we can see in that perspective. We created a Healthcare Access Resource Team, or HART, which includes a nurse to assist with medical questions, medication questions. She provides resources and follow-up, and then we have a peer specialist that works one-on-one with the clients. We added a dental component, which is really no other county is doing this. We have on-site services at the Enrichment Center. They come once or twice a month, depending on the schedule. When we started, she did a survey, and 52% of the clients who participated couldn't remember, or they hadn't had any dental services in their life. They couldn't remember the last time they went. It was so long ago, or they'd never had it. We've had 3 clients who have been referred to emergency medical or emergency dental treatment. in a situation where they needed antibiotics, and it was potentially a life-saving visit that they had with the dental team. So we're really excited to continue that. So we are looking for this year into sustainability. So the heart team can be supported through CSS funds, with a peer specialist taking the lead in those, helping people with patient portals and things like that. And the dental piece could go into a PEI program. We're going to have to look at that coming probably in the spring when I'm doing intensive stakeholder feedback as part of the planning process. So we'll have to look at that as an option. Next is workforce education and training, or WET. And WET funds pretty much allow us to keep staff, private therapists, partnering agencies, community members. We provide training to a great portion of our community. For ourselves, we focus on the core competency-based trainings. We want our staff to be able to have the latest and greatest tools, evidence-based practice models, everything in place to best support our clients. We have the internship programs. I'm not sure how many interns we have right now, but at least 3, I think, possibly more, where it's a revolving door. We always have interns wanting to come in, and for students. Sorry, my apologies. And then last year we did a one-time grant through WET funds to HealthLit Now, which is it's a workshop that Todd Stolp and Barry Hillman created to help healthcare literacy in students, and to provide them with information on healthcare careers outside of just doctors and nurses. So they have workshops set up. They went to the schools and they took a pre and post survey, and more than 30% of the kids reported an increased interest in pursuing a career in healthcare. So when they came in, they were like, oh, this is crazy. And then they got done and they're like, this is great. It was really exciting to see the kids, the looks on their faces and the questions they asked. They were really into it. It was a great program. And they are continuing on, just not with our monetary support. He's got a lot of support through OSHPD. New for this year, we are increasing our focus on cultural competency. We have to be able to provide services in a preferred language. Healthcare professionals can bring about positive change and outcomes if they are providing a service in somebody's comfort zone. And then we have a college readiness course that's going on where we're sending peer staff and volunteers to the psychosocial rehabilitation program through the college. They just took their final last week. Everybody passed. I know at least 2 of them got A's. So it's really a positive promotional experience for them. That was first funded through a donation from Omega Nu, but we want to use the WET funds to continue that program. It's a 2-year program. Next, we have capital facilities and technology needs. Finally, the renovation of the former long-term care building was completed in October, I think it was. So now the building, the MHSA administrative staff are in the back half of that building, and then child welfare is in the front half with their family reunification or family visitation center, where they work to reunify families. It's a good fit because they're in that front half, and we have our child therapist just right down the hall, so they can work together. It seems to be very successful. I hear kids laughing in there all the time. We have funding for computers, phone, faxes, other IT needs that we had for that project. And then we are almost done with the perimeter fencing around the behavioral health campus. I believe we're doing a security gate in the parking lot unless things have changed. And then continued support of IT needs. We don't have any other projects, big projects on the schedule right now. So supportive housing was originally funded through the Mental Health Services Act housing program and the California Housing Authority, or CalHFA. So nothing has really changed here. We have the Washington Street home, we have the Cabrini home, so together we have 11 beds for chronic, severely mentally ill coming out of placement. Some have been there a little while, some have moved on. So the FSP program, that's where it comes into play to get them to a place where they can move to their own house, apartment, whatever that might be. We did receive unencumbered funds last year. I reported on this. We got approximately $12,000, and we used that funding to pay for additional housing because it is so hard to find housing. So we were able to take that money to use for some transitional housing for some FSP clients. Bless you. Cal HFA is looking for authorization to release any future unencumbered or disencumbered funds. We're not likely to receive anything, but in the event that we do, we will have that designated to go back to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Housing Committee, Incorporated. Yeah. Okay, so we have some budget transfers for this year. We're taking $100,000 from CSS to put into prudent reserve. Welfare Institution Code Section 5892B allows counties to use a portion of CSS for wet, CAFTN, or prudent reserve. We're doing it this year because of the AB 1618 No Place Like Home initiative that is slated to divert MHSA funds off the top from every county in the state. Then it goes into a pool for a competitive bid process to build houses or apartments or some sort of, I'm getting there, some sort of housing for homeless. So there's no, Rita is serving at, this says on a CSAC committee, but it's really a state task force. I apologize, that change was made at the last minute, didn't get on here. To address this issue, because we are going after this, we are going to apply for this, but there is no guarantee that we will get that money. It's for all small counties, so anyone under 200,000 population, which is a lot of counties. So we're going to try, but in the event that we don't, we want to be able to have some safety measure in that event. So she's following that closely on that task force. And then we're transferring $200,000 from CSS into WET so that we can continue to provide staff with evidence-based and best practice models and trainings. There's a lot of words on the one public comment that I received, but in a nutshell, it was just Mark Dyken really advocating for the people that he works with, the young children and families in Jamestown, which is a at-risk community. Talked about his appreciation of our involvement in his program. And I thanked him for his comment and told him that we would be performing an intensive stakeholder feedback in the spring to see where we are with all of our PEI programs overall. So I thanked him for his comment. And that, I respectfully ask your board to approve the fiscal year 16-17 MHSA update to the 3-year program and expenditure plan, and to authorize the Behavioral Health Director and the County Auditor Controller to sign the certification. Thank you for your time and attention.
Sure, thank you for the presentation. Public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Brennan.
I just wanted to add something, if I may.
Sure.
Is that one of the inquiries you had also had to do with numbers, is the Affordable Health Care Act also increased our service base, and so we have more people coming in and more people eligible for FSP because they now have Medi-Cal. So that also impacted in a positive light in so much that we are receiving reimbursement for that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Brennan?
Thank you. Yeah. I want to thank Christy for the report. There was a lot of good information in here, and I just wanted to address one of Supervisor Hanfeld's comments, and it was with the socio-emotional learning foundations, and go back to that, what I think is that whole cluster of programs, which are the prevention and early intervention, that represent really 15% of the behavioral health budget. And, getting those kinds of partnerships, I think, has been very strategic, and we have done a lot with that money. So remember that that really is a First Five program, not a behavioral health program. Behavioral health is assisting First Five in funding with that, and I think those additional funds actually allowed them to go out and do more advanced teacher trainings and provide more, they look at different subject levels. And so I think that really is responsible for that increase from 73% to 100%. But if we look at all of the programs where they did this outreach, again, we're utilizing a huge core of volunteers, whether it was with the Jamestown Elementary School, Area 12, the organization that knows our seniors, ACCA, ISIS. We hear these names and these partnerships, and I really think those are opportunities where we're going to get out into the community with the individuals that are already there, have the network set up, and we're going to see some very continued strong evidence of success. And so, again, when we have constrained budgets, I applaud Rita, your staff, for finding these opportunities and making the most use of the dollars that we have available to effect the greatest change. We know we've got a lot of challenges.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, thank you for the report. A lot of detail there. The question I have, it has to do with the homeless population, and just a quick story. Last summer, I met a young man at the park in Groveland during one of my office hours, and he'd been out there quite some time, so I took it upon myself, because we do have some homeless issues, to just walk over and say hello to him. Pretty much, how you doing, and would you please leave? But didn't get to that. What surprised me is how little he knew about the programs that are available in this county. I said, if you need help, it's here. And I told him about the Lambert Drop-In Center and a few of the other things that are available. But how do we reach out to those people to let them know what services are there? Can we go to the homeless camps? What can we do?
I don't recommend going into the homeless camps without someone
I've been
who
to a couple,
is,
so I can understand.
Without someone who is invited to be there. I think the challenge with this particular person may have been his location, and we recognize that is an issue, because the homeless population in Sonora know where we are, and some of them will send their friends, some of them will go, they'll just go for food to Lambert, and then they'll leave. So they're pretty dialed into that. I think the issue is like up the hill in Twainhart, in Groveland. Those are the areas I think it's harder to help.
So what type of outreach could we do? Maybe a poster at the community hall
Absolutely.
that says homeless,
Yeah,
call this number? Or
we could
something
absolutely put some flyers up.
I think
that's
something
a
like
great
that would
idea.
help.
Yeah.
You supply the flyers, I'd be happy to post them around.
We will do that. Thank you.
Supervisor Handbelt.
Yeah, thank you for this report. A couple of things that are alarming to me are that a lot of your programs are the demand is increasing at a certainly not a linear pace. It seems to be dramatic increases, and I know there's reasons. You mentioned maybe one of them, and you use the term reaching more people. I encourage you when you come back to tell us how you're making a difference, how you know you're making a difference. I believe you are. Okay, I'm not arguing that. But how do we know we're making a difference? We're taking these people and improving their lives. It's an important thing. What else is alarming to me is the size of the program relative to the size of our population. It's a little scary to me in a small county, we're a small county as counties go, that we have such a big program, such a big demand. So that's a little alarming to me. That's just an observation. I don't know how we relate to other counties. It would be interesting to know that, but it just seems like the numbers are a significant portion of our population.
Yeah, the funding we receive is based on our Medi-Cal eligible population. So.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's interesting. I thank you for the report.
Yeah. Do you want to address that, Rita, real quickly?
I think real quickly, just in terms of your comment, actually we have our direct service staff numbers are a little bit smaller in ratio than in terms of our clinical staff than some of our neighboring counties. In response to some of your questions, though, I don't think that that's inappropriate in so much that Tuolumne has a unique historical element as we had an acute psychiatric unit until not too many years ago, it seems like a long time now, but we had an acute unit, and we were the only small county that had an acute psychiatric unit. That made it a very attractive community for people who had severely mentally ill members when they were looking to retire, to a place where they would have that accessibility and be able to retire into rural communities. I cannot give you exact numbers on that. I'd like to do that. That's an anecdotal response to the number of retired persons who brought adult mentally ill, dependent adults and moved up here because it was the kind of community where they wanted to live, and compared to neighboring counties also had the resources. So some staff who have joined us and work in this community have noted that the population that we serve appears to be much more severely mentally ill, and we do have a very high ratio of persons with psychotic disorders in comparison to some of our rural county counterparts.
Supervisor Brennan.
And again, something that we discuss quite a bit is the substance abuse issue and the overlap with behavioral health, that nexus, and we know where we rank in the state of California. We've had that report a number of times with opioid and alcoholism.
And there's also the prison population that comes along. There's some of these, we've already talked about it, Prop 47, maybe 109. A lot of people that were being dealt with in incarcerated circumstances aren't incarcerated anymore, and we're having to deal with them outside. And the last time I looked, our average per capita income was $35,000, and per household was about $45,000. Those are both well below the state average and the federal average. So, I mean, there's a lot of things working not in our favor, I guess, in terms of some
One
of
other
our
observation,
population.
Mr. Chairman, and that is, you mentioned the need for affordable housing. That is a rampant issue across our community, and it's just another competitive need. We have lack of rental space in this county for everybody, and we have a lack at all levels, and we have lack of ownership opportunity. There are very few. I think that contributes somewhat to our declining population. There's just no place to be.
Okay.
And so anyway, just an observation. You saw it too.
Okay, I just have one last point, and then we're going to vote on this and get on with our 1:30 appointment an hour late. And that is, we have so many services and so many organizations, and all these organizations work extremely well, hand in glove and everything, and it's a wonderful thing. But it goes back to Supervisor Gray's point, and that is, it's almost impossible for the average Joe or Jane out there in the population that needs help to know exactly where the right place is to go. I know we're all good at vectoring them from, okay, I'm not the right person, but this person is, but sometimes they don't even know. So we need to challenge ourselves to be out there more in terms of letting people know that there are services available, because this county really does have some exceptional levels of service and breadth of service. So with that, I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd move approval of the 16-17 MHSA annual update to the 3-year program and expenditure plan.
Okay.
Second.
I've got a motion by Supervisor Brennan and a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? 5-0. Thank you very much for a very informative presentation. We're going to take a 5-minute break, please, only 5 minutes. So it's a commercial break so we can change out our tape. Yeah, okay. All the supervisors are back, so we're going to go ahead and come back into session. And will the clerk of the board please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider Harding Resolution for agricultural preserve alteration, special ordinance amending section 1706020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, and application for Williamson Act contract.
Okay, just to repeat, it is a public hearing. Staff report.
Adam Piskowski, Supervising Senior Planner for the Community Resources Agency. The property owner, Ron Harden, is proposing to enter into a new Williamson Act contract pursuant to Tuolumne County Resolution 106-04 at 9595 Old Don Pedro Road, approximately 4.5 miles southeast of the intersection of LaGrange Road and Old Don Pedro Road. The project site is 271.2 acres in size and is currently zoned exclusive agricultural 37-acre minimum with a general plan land use designation of agricultural. The application contains 2 parcels. They are assessed parcel number 71-010-75 and 71-010-87 that are currently not under a Williamson Act contract and would also need to be included in an agricultural preserve. This property has been determined to be high-value agricultural land pursuant to the agricultural rating system matrix containing the agricultural resources element of the Tuolumne County General Plan. The project was considered by the Tuolumne County Agriculture Advisory Committee at its meeting on November 17th, and at that meeting, the Agriculture Advisory Committee recommended approval of the project. And at its meeting on December 7th, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission also recommended approval of the project. And if there's any questions, staff is available for answers.
Okay. Any questions before I open up the public hearing? Okay, let's hear from the public. Open the public hearing. Any member, do we do pro and a con? Okay, any member can speak in favor. Please come up. Seeing none. Anybody opposed to the project? Seeing none. Anyone ambivalent but still wants to speak on the project? Seeing none. Close. Actually, I got that backwards. 2 open. Anyway, close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board.
No questions? Be happy to make a motion.
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the agricultural preserve alterations based on findings A, B, C, and D. Also move to approve the zone change on items A, B, C, D, and E. And 3, recommend executing a land conservation contract on findings A, B, C, and D. And also move to approve the agricultural management plan based on findings A, B, C, D, and E.
Second.
Okay. We got it right? Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Gray and a second by Supervisor Brennan. No comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? 5-0. I apologize for the 1-hour delay. And would the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider Long Gulch Ranch Special Ordinance amending Section 1706020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Adam
Staff
Piskowski
report.
again. Adam Piskowski, Supervising Senior Planner. On May 4th, 2016, the property owner, Long Gulch Ranch LP, submitted an application for vested tentative parcel map T16-016 to divide the 83-acre parcel into 4 parcels and a remainder, ranging in size from 15 to 17 acres in size. And in order to implement that land division, they also submitted an application for zone change RZ16-004 to rezone the existing 83.2-acre parcel zoned exclusive agricultural 37-acre minimum airport combining to 63.5 acres to RE5 AIR, which is residential estate, 5-acre minimum airport combining, and 19.7 acres of open space. And the proposed project was reviewed by the proposed project is located within the compatibility zones B1, B2, and C of the Pine Mountain Lake Airport, and was also reviewed by the LUC, the Airport Land Use Commission, on July 7th, and found that the project was consistent with the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, subject to conditions that would be attached to the vested parcel map, which would be approved or be recommended for approval to the county surveyor. Today, before your board, is just the zone change application. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission also recommended approval of the zone change RZ16-004 at their December 7th meeting, And also to note, this project consists of the 83.2 acres of the 1,157-acre Long Gulch Ranch project, which was previously approved for the Tuolumne Oaks subdivision. And if there's any questions regarding this project, the staff is available.
Okay, any questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, we'll open up the public hearing, and any member of the public want to speak in favor of the project? Or the zone change, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. Ron Kopf on behalf of the Long Gulch Partnership, and Brian Fitzgerald, the managing partner, is also here if there's some questions. In your packet, staff did a great job of summarizing this project. It was part of the Tuolumne Oaks master plan. It was, which was originally approved for 368 homes. With the issues with GCSD and water and all the other things, it ended up not going forward as a master plan. So this is one portion of that overall project. About 40% of this project was sold for open space and as a buffer from the Stanislaus National Forest to the south. So it's the overall scope of this project is significantly reduced. This project is, as Adam pointed out, is just going to be 5 lots, and it makes a transitional zoning from the higher density Pine Mountain Lake lots to the one side to the ag land on the other. And so at this point, we'll be glad to answer any questions, but if there's any specific questions, we just ask that you follow staff recommendation and the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve the zoning of this project.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Koff? Okay, any member of the public else, any other member of the public in favor of the project? Any member of the public in opposition to the project? Any member of the public ambivalent but just has a need to speak on the project? Seeing none, close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
I'd be happy to make a motion. I'm pretty familiar with this property, as Mr. Fitzgerald knows.
I thought you would be.
It's unfortunately, I think that at one time we had a real good chance of having something a little bit different, but I certainly understand the holding cost of property and all the time it takes to get something through. So I'd move to approve the zone change based on findings A, B, C, and D.
Okay, got a motion?
Second.
I got a second. I got a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstained? Passes unanimously. Please read our 130 number 3. And again, I apologize for the delay in the appointment.
Consideration of rescheduling the public hearing to consider the appeal of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission's decision regarding the site development permit and zone change for a commercial building in Lake Don Pedro to house the Dollar General.
Mr. Chairman, I will have to recuse myself from this item due to possible conflict of interest. My partner is representing owners or property at Cross Development has expressed an interest in.
Okay. Don't run away. There's more to come. Adam, you're still there.
Yes.
Speak to me.
Adam Piscassi, Supervisor Senior Planner for the CRA. As you are aware, Cross Development, on behalf of the property owner Foothill Land Development, submitted an application for a site development permit for the construction of 9,100 square foot retail commercial building, along with associated parking, landscape, and utilities and road improvements. And the proposed tenant is Dollar General. They also submitted for ordinance for zone change RZ 16-007 to rezone a 1.6 acre portion of a 3.4 acre parcel from special commercial to open space. The project site is located at 14370 Las Palmas Way and 3299 State Highway 132 in the community of Lake Don Pedro. Assessors parcel number 75-030-13. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission considered this project at a public hearing on November 16th. Acting as the decision-making body, the Planning Commission denied the site development permit. The Commission also recommended denial of the zone change. And on November 23rd, the applicant's representative, Joe Dale, submitted a written appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to your board. And pursuant to 1760-130 of the county's ordinance code, your board must conduct a public hearing and approve, conditionally approve, or deny the application for the question entitlements. So on December 6th, your board adopted procedures for conducting the public hearing and scheduled the hearing for February 7th, 2017, beginning at 6 p.m. at the Don Pedro High School Gymnasium. The gym is no longer available on the 7th, or was never available on the 7th, I guess. And there are new proposed dates that are included in your memo. I actually spoke with the school yesterday to double check on these dates, and Friday, February 17th is no longer available. However, all the other dates are still available for any meetings. The school's office is also closed between now and January 3rd. So if you schedule the meeting for January 3rd, we have to be calling them that morning just to schedule it. The applicant, Joe Dell, was also contacted, and his most preferred dates was January 24th, January 31st, February 2nd, or February 16th. And if there's any questions, I'm also available.
Okay. Comments from the public?
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. George Harper was here at the previous meeting when the February 7th date was scheduled, and I would urge the board to adopt the latest date, which is, I believe, February 16th, for this reason. Several of the mountain community press have already advertised the February 7th date as the date of the hearing. There are quite a number of people in the community who wish to be present who are under the impression that the 7th is the date. So if you schedule an earlier date, our concern is that they may not get that information. However, if you schedule a later date and they happen to show up on the wrong date, the previously scheduled date, at least they'll have the opportunity to make an adjustment and be heard.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment from the public? Okay. I'll bring it back to the board for your druthers. I'll start with Supervisor Henbelt. What are your thoughts?
Well, I have a lot of conflicts with some of these dates. By the way, the February 16th date that was mentioned is the CSAC board meeting. I think that will be a problem for both Supervisor Brennan and myself as your delegate and alternate.
Let's can we try and narrow it? How about
the 21st work?
How about a normal date on the 21st?
I've got 17th, February based on the public input. 17th, 21, 22nd, 23rd work for me. The others do not.
How about February 21st?
That works.
February 21st?
Yes.
February 21st? February 21st. Okay?
Do you need a motion?
Do we need a motion for that? Or do we have board consensus? Staff direction?
Staff direction, board consensus.
Perfect.
Okay, good. Is our work on this agenda item done here? Say yes. Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Glory, if you're listening, you can come back in. Will the clerk of the board please read our fourth and final 1:30 appointment?
This is consideration of reviewing the draft general plan objectives developed by the Board of Supervisors General Plan Ad Hoc Committee and providing staff direction on the general plan updates and the environmental impact report circulation process.
Okay. Ms. Drivdahl.
Thank you. Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl. In December of 2015, the county released the draft environmental impact report for the county's general plan update. As you know, the general plan represents the land use planning constitution for the county and will guide and influence development for decades to come. As many of you have pointed out during public meetings, this is one of the most important decisions you will make as a board. Given the significance of this document, it was not surprising that the draft EIR generated significant public comment. Our office retained Tiffany Wright of the law firm Remy Moose & Manley to assist in the review of the public comments received. With Mrs. Wright's input and advice, we have recommended that the draft EIR be revised and recirculated. As part of that process, Chair Rutherford appointed an ad hoc committee comprised of himself and Supervisor Brennan to provide board insight. In June, Supervisors Rutherford and Brennan met with Ms. Wright, myself, Ms. Creo, and CRA staff to discuss objectives for the general plan. CEQA directs public agencies to develop statements outlining the purpose and the goals of the project being evaluated. These objectives then become the foundation for developing a reasonable range of alternatives for the public agency to consider. The objectives outline the purpose of the project. So what is the purpose of the general plan? It is the encapsulation of your board's vision for the future of development in Tuolumne County. The objectives used in the draft EIR were somewhat generic, and Supervisors Rutherford and Brennan felt they did not adequately capture the board's vision. The supervisors led a 3-hour, wide-ranging brainstorming session to capture all the threads of your board's philosophy and vision regarding land use, development, and stewardship. Ms. Wright and I took that rich discussion and distilled the concepts down to draft objective statements. With objectives, especially objectives for a general plan, it is important to thread the needle between overly broad and too narrow. When objectives are overly broad, they cannot help focus the alternatives that you review. When objectives are defined too narrowly, an EIR's treatment of the alternatives may be found inadequate because they unreasonably limit the alternatives analysis. My favorite analogy I've seen used is that we're looking for Goldilocks objectives. Not too broad, not too narrow. For ease of review, Ms. Wright and I arranged the draft objectives into categories, which you can see in the draft document before you. These headings aren't necessary, but may help guide your discussion. Over the course of 4 hours, spread over 2 meetings, Supervisors Rutherford and Brennan combed through the draft objectives, reworking and shaping the draft before your board today. This document is intended as a high-level statement of your board's vision for the general plan. There are many more specific issues that are addressed in the general plan itself. We're looking for your board's comments and direction with regard to these draft objectives. Once your board feels comfortable with the draft objectives, we, along with the county's EIR consultant, Rincon, will use the objectives to develop additional alternatives in the recirculated draft EIR. At this point, I'll turn it over to Supervisors Rutherford and Brennan to provide their perspective and recommendations.
Okay, so as the nominal chair, I'll just give you my thoughts, and then Supervisor Brennan can tell me where I'm wrong. First of all, I think that one of the things that we came out of our discussions with is that we really need to put a preamble to the general plan that clearly outlines what the vision for this board is for the general plan and for our planning horizon going forward. And some of that may capture some of these, some of it may not. But I do want to say that we have had that discussion, and I think that that's an important piece. That's something that, from a legal perspective, if we craft it right, and there are some good examples of such things in some other general plans that we've been working with County Council on as well, or we will be working with them to craft ours. I think it's really important, and I would hope one of the reasons that we're bringing this back at this point is this is really a critical first step in terms of making sure that we've got it right. Supervisor Brennan and myself think we know where this board is, and we've worked very hard to try and encapsulate that, but we can very easily be wrong. We may not even have the most perfect expression of that intent in all cases. So really this is your working document as our constituent, or as our peers on the board, and we really want to get this right. It's very, very important. The second thing is that I will mention is where we want to go going forward, and I think a couple of things. Well, I'm going to talk about one. I know that Supervisor Brennan has one she wants to talk about too, but I think that one of the things that both Sherry and I agree on is we have a really good timing right now in terms of going forward with our general plan update. We have a new CRA director coming on board the 1st of next month. This particular individual has been down this path before and brings an external view that not so much what our general plan ought to look like, but how to mechanically get a general plan through the process. He's done that successfully before, and I think he's going to be able to help us with that. So one of the things that I'm very interested in him doing is one of his upfront tasks, along with getting his feet on the ground, is to dive into the general plan update and the draft EIR that's associated with it, and take a look at it and give us his true, ungarbled, unprejudiced view on where he thinks we are and where he thinks we ought to be going. So I'm really looking forward to incorporating him into our ad hoc committee and its activities. And I'll just basically stop there, but I do want to put another exclamation point on, please, and we don't need all the answers right now. I don't want to go through line by line and edit it. This is us reporting back on what we've done, and we're looking for guidance on where we've maybe could have done better, and we're certainly looking for that. And if we're on the wrong track in terms of how we're going to proceed, then let us know that as well, because we're only representing the entire board on this ad hoc committee. It's not, we're not doing the general plan update. So help us out here, and it can be over time as you read through these, trying to get to sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning or whenever it is. But please let us know how you think we've done. Let me have Sherry give her comments, and then go ahead.
Yeah, so I would just echo a lot of what Supervisor Rotifer said. We really tried to take very seriously in this objective phase in defining what the vision is for Tuolumne County, knowing that vision is going to provide the guidelines for the general plan. And so I echo Supervisor Rotifer's comment that please take the time to look at them and provide us some feedback. This was a good pause moment, and to again reaffirm that this does capture our combined vision, and then we did have a discussion that we need to then bring our new CRA director into this process, and then the other piece would be trying to establish a timeline going forward.
Supervisor Royce.
Absolutely. So first of all, I just want to say that I think you did a really good job. I read through it, and both staff and I think our supervisors did a good job getting something that's concise in what we're trying to accomplish. I have a couple of suggestions, not necessarily on content, but more just stylistically, and it's just a reminder. I hate these kinds of documents just because they're so cumbersome and hard to absorb. It's hard to get the total kind of collective value of a general plan. It's not easy reading. So that being said, 2 points I'd like to just express for staff, and hopefully our new CRA director will hear this too, and whoever's wordsmithing. Less is more, as short and sweet as possible. If there's a word in there that doesn't need to be in there, cut it out. And the other thing is common sense. Try to get things to read and make sense so that if somebody off the street reads it, it will register. I try to read certain things, building codes, one for example. It is so difficult to understand what some of these things mean. I read them 30 times and I still can't get what the heck they're trying to say. And I hate when there's references back and forth. You go from this one to that one to this one. I know you have to do that to some degree. It's a legal document, but keep it as clean as we can, not just what we're trying to accomplish policy-wise, but
sure,
yeah, the realistic side.
Sure,
of it.
Supervisor Gray. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Are you done?
Yeah, he's done.
I'm done. Well,
let's take a vote.
I think the point has been said in there, but I just want to say it again. I feel like there have been obstructions in our past general plan, landmines, things that we don't necessarily all even know are in there and understand, but it hurts projects and it hurts it hurts people that are trying to accomplish things. And
it's hard for us to know that, so we're just relying on the experts to help dig that stuff up. So.
Supervisor Gray.
You're really done.
I'm really done now.
Okay. One is kind of on process. The other, and just to point out, you guys did good work. Okay,
Thanks.
I'm not going to fault it at all. But use the example, the rule setting section there, recognize the county identity. The last ends with a certain level of land use conflict is acceptable. To me, that's just kind of a open policy because we haven't defined what acceptable is.
Sure.
And I think we need to think about when we put something down there is have a definition, what is acceptable. The other thing is on process, we've got these objectives and they look really good. We hired a new CRA director, or we have hired one. Wouldn't it not be proper for him to take a look at our objectives and before we say, okay, this is what we want, and give us some guidance, because maybe you guys aren't as smart as I think you are.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think that was our point. Is to me these are a working document. They're a living document. So as we go forward, I think some of them will change. Some of them may not. I don't know. Part of that process, certainly, I know both Supervisor Brennan and I are very excited, as I hope the entire board is, to get David involved in the process, our new CRA director involved in the process as soon as possible. And obviously, I want him to look at everything that we've done, to include the draft general plan update, the draft EIR associated with the general plan update, and the work that we've done between the time that we kind of did a restart and now. One of the things that we wanted to do, because it's been a while since we put the ad hoc committee together, is to come back, because I felt personally like I owed a report back to the board. Okay, I didn't want the rest of you thinking that Sherry and I were out there winging it, because we weren't. But
And this,
go ahead.
It just really, this was a good point in time to take a pause and confirm with our counterparts up here that, to get your feedback, that this does represent the view, and then be able to work with the other folks that will be, certainly the new CRA director will be instrumental in reviewing this also.
Okay. Supervisor Handel.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I want to thank the team for what I think is a lot of good work here. This wasn't trivial. I know that. This is not an easy thing to do. So I want to say thank you, and I appreciate the comments of my other supervisors, colleagues here. There's two things I think are implied here that I don't see explicitly stated here, and I'd just like to make those. A lot of our land is public land in this county, and I believe public land policy has not been the best, and we've seen that the results of that from the biological point of view. And what I'm seeking is balance in this. The public lands have been overbalanced toward the biological side and have promoted unhealthy forests. We saw rimfire, and we see tree mortality as a result of that. And I think that's permeated the private land thing too. So when you mention oak woodlands in here, I love oak woodlands, but they got to be healthy, and that concept of healthy biological environment I would like included in this. And that doesn't mean these overdense stands that basically kill themselves. And then the balance is what I seek in this. We got to have a balanced policy so all the values that we share in our rural community that make this great survive and in fact do the things we need. And if I might quote Romero Rojas from the Sierra National Forest, their policy was to maintain dense stands and to maximize owl and fisher habitat. And he said, because of what's happened, that policy is not sustainable. We've had overgrown forests, and we've had these resulting tree mortality, wildfires, et cetera. We see this. I think I see the same thing potentially in our private lands within our county. So balance, and the concept of a healthy environment is the two concepts I'd like to add to what's been said.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I would agree big time on the open space comments. I have problems with open space just because there's a lack of flexibility. I think that there's other ways to accomplish the same thing, but not with the unintended consequences. Building tags, green areas, there's a lot of other ways we can do the same kinds of things, mitigate biological resources and create buffers for other properties and so forth without using zoning. Zoning is just too cumbersome when there's an issue and you need to change it. So I'd like to see alternatives for that.
Well, that may be an issue that would be addressed within the general plan itself, not
That's
necessarily
specific.
objectives.
Sure.
Yeah, that.
But,
you know.
but I do think that there's a point there, and the point is that there is a lot of de facto open space in the county. And while we talk about preservation of open space, almost in many views or from one perspective, we really need to have a preservation of developable space because so much of our land area is off limits to development and is in fact de facto open space. Grazing land is a good example. Okay, so yeah, it is a good thing. Is that a good thing, Sherry? It's a good thing. Okay. So I think it's really important that we look at this from the overall perspective of how little developable land that we have, and that we need, one of the things that we need to do is we need to, for our future economic vitality, we need to look at preservation of our developable lands kind of first before we start talking about creating more open space. So just something that we can put in there. Because I would feel very remiss in not saying this. Colin was very gracious about talking about, I think we had one 4-hour session and two 2-hour sessions or something like that. So there was 16 supervisor hours put to this product. But behind the scenes was all the work that Colin and Tiffany, there we go, Colin and Tiffany put into this. And I have to tell you, I'll let Supervisor Brennan speak for herself, but I have been unbelievably impressed with Tiffany and the insights that she's provided us. That was a really good hire. Congratulations, County Council. But there's been a lot of work beyond the work that Sherry and I put into this, and intellectual work. I'm not talking about stubby pencil on paper or bruised fingers on keyboards. There was a lot of intellectual work that was done behind the scenes as well. So, Colin, thank you, and please, the next time you talk to Tiffany, thank her too.
I'll send her a link to the video.
Okay.
That was my last note. Thank council with 3 exclamation points. And so, and I would just add that maybe while I did hear Supervisor Royce say that less is more, we might be able to look at that land use, property rights, and development bullet number 2, and that might just be an opportunity to again acknowledge that all of those things provide green space or whatever language we want, because we specifically call out timber mining and agriculture production.
And I did mean to address Supervisor Royce's comment about less is more. I agree as well. However, one of the things that we're trying to do is build a framework into the document so that we can point to it and say this conforms to our general plan. We want the county's intent, and that's the corporate intent of this board, the county's intent to be clear in there so that it is that our future decisions and the decisions of future boards are not handcuffed because of a general plan, but are rather enabled by our general plan.
I agree, and I know there's a reality to it, just in general as a theme. Don't add anything we don't need to.
And we did find opportunities where we thought we had duplicated
Absolutely.
statements, and we did
Yeah.
do some quite a
This-
bit of redlining.
This list was about 50% larger when we started, wasn't it?
I believe it was a 7-pager.
Yeah, okay.
Good job.
Okay, any other comments from the board? Okay, so far, but again, this is, I hope that you'll continue, because we all have our 2 o'clock in the morning moments when we wake up and we have an aha moment. Continue to feed the information, because obviously because of the Brown Act, it can't come directly to Sherry and I, but it can go through legal counsel, and they can figure out how to work it into the equation as we go forward. Pardon me? I already asked for public comment, but I'll ask for public comment on the board comment. Okay, seeing none, do you have the direction you need?
No. I just want to be clear about kind of what is the next step. Do you want to take this document to and hand it off to David on, say, January 3rd?
The next document, the next step from my perspective, and I'll let the board chime in, the next, and actually Supervisor Brennan and I were talking about this earlier. I think the next step is fairly early in the year, preferably. He's going to have to get his feet on the ground, but late in January maybe, we get our ad hoc committee back together again. We read David in on what we're doing, where we're at, and all of that stuff. And the ad hoc committee with David comes to some kind of a discussion or agreement on what the calendar is going forward. What can we expect to do in what amount of time? Now, that may take 2 meetings. It may only take 1. I don't know. But starting, say, as a target, somewhere around the 3rd week of January, that'll get us, is that after I want to do it after we have our board retreat. So somewhere immediately after the board retreat. Because I want David to hear from the board at the board retreat before he comes in. I don't want to presume to characterize for him the board's views on things.
Okay. And then I would just add, I have, I think, 4 notes here from suggestions, and maybe we can come up with an idea of, have we addressed them, have we not, and is there an opportunity to refine that language? I heard Supervisor Gray's comment.
Correct.
So we can go back and look at that.
Yep.
Excellent.
Absolutely. Okay. Again, our intent is keep coming back and getting vectors where we're going wrong. Okay. Now, do you have everything you need?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Number 30. Pardon me? Yeah, go ahead and read 30, and we'll keep it short.
Reports.
I'll start with the long. Mr. Pedro?
Just wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Okay. Supervisor Handbelt?
Two items. Supervisor Rotifer and I attended the State Water Resources Control Board meeting, public hearings, last Friday, and both spoke. Good news is we got to speak early because we were elected officials. We were given 3 minutes each. It's hard to cover the topic of increased unimpaired flows on the San Joaquin and tributaries in 3 minutes, but we did it. I'm told an admirable job. I'm glad to hear that, and we got a little press on it, but that's an issue that we need to stay on top of, and our board will need to comment on in writing, and I think Liz is drafting something for us as we speak. The other one that I need to report out on is that in the last RCRC board meeting, I was elected as the incoming second vice chairman of that organization, which means I will, unless there's a house coup, I'll go through the chairs, which means I'll be second vice president next year, first vice president the following year, chairman the following year, and then immediate past chair. So I made a 4-year commitment, and you guys backed me when I said I wanted to do that before. I'm just warning you that might mean you have to pick up a little more load so I can do that job. But I think it's a good opportunity. And by the way, swearing in is on January 18th in Sacramento, and you're all invited.
You need to go to the gym more and bulk up, carry that load. Supervisor Brennan.
No report.
Supervisor Royce.
No report.
Supervisor Gray.
Just enjoyed my vacation and Merry Christmas to
County,
everyone.
County Council. Clerk of the Board. Okay, the only other thing that I will report on is I did go with Supervisor Hanvelt. It seems like that's getting to be a habit because we both also went on Friday the 9th to a regional water meeting down in down in Modesto with county supervisors from San Joaquin County, Stan County, Merced County, Mariposa, Tuolumne, Calaveras, and Amador County. Most of them sent two. I think a couple of them only sent one supervisor. In addition, Congressman McClintock was there along with Rocky Deal, his West Coast Chief of Staff, and Jeff Denham's office was represented by Bob Rucker, who I assume was quietly also representing TUD since he hadn't been sworn in yet. But several state legislators' offices, help me out, Randy, who all?
Incoming Heath Flora,
Yeah.
Adam Gray, Bigelow, Berry Hill, Anthony Canella.
I think that was pretty much. Oh, there was one more. I can't remember his name. Shoot. Anyway, it was.
Costas was represented there.
Costas. There we go. It was a very, very good meeting. It was actually put together by Jack Cox, who's used to be the chief of staff for Senator Barry Goldwater Jr. when he was a senator. And the purpose of the meeting was to lay the groundwork for bringing together a valley, mountain counties, talk in terms probably of a greater San Joaquin tributary watershed alliance on water issues. We're going to get back to most of it was just discussion. The only real action item or takeaway was that we were going to get back together again probably around March and try to more definitively define what it is that we want this organization to do. But it really was I thought a very good meeting. I was fortunate to co-chair the thing along with Dennis Mills, who is supervisor-elect in Calaveras County, and Terry Withrow, who is a supervisor down in Stan County. So it was a good discussion. Is that pretty much what I did? What I got? Okay, and that's all I have. So at 3:15 in the afternoon, the Board of Supervisors meeting is adjourned.